Chapter 30, 393. The heavenly venerables of the Fortune God dynasty and the outer domain each stood on one side, dividing the entire continent. Yi Shiwen's eyesight reached the deepest part of the continent. A group of light illuminated the entire continent. It looked like a sun. However, Yi Shiwen could see that it wasn't a sun. Instead, it was a space channel. The light that was being emitted wasn't ordinary light. Instead, it was the light that was formed from the fluctuations of the principles. The fluctuations of the laws could be seen with the naked eye. It wasn't something that ordinary emperor lords could see. It was a deeper level of the laws. Only heavenly venerables could understand it. Only those who had comprehended the laws could understand the principles behind the light formed by the fluctuations of the laws. I can actually see the fluctuations of the laws with the naked eye. I don't even need to integrate with my body to be able to see them. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. No wonder those heavenly venerables are willing to cultivate here. Cultivating here is simply twice the result with half the effort. One's cultivation will definitely progress by leaps and bounds. That's right, it is indeed so. These fluctuations of the laws are transmitted through that space channel. On the other side of the channel is the legendary land of fortune, a place where good fortune is hidden, said the war elder. Since ancient times, only the fortune heavenly monarch had entered the fortune divine dynasty. He obtained good fortune from the fortune divine dynasty and established its current supreme foundation. It's a pity that we can't stay here for long without the real good fortune key. The war elder couldn't help but sigh regretfully. He had now stepped into the heavenly venerate realm and felt that cultivating in the heavenly venerate realm was simply too difficult. If he hadn't accumulated countless years of experience, he would still be stabilizing his heavenly venerate realm. He wouldn't be able to be mentioned in the same breath as when he was a peak emperor lord. He would be standing on a completely different level. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it could be said that the road of cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. This was also the reason why many heavenly venerables had stayed here to cultivate since ancient times. However, with the loss of the good fortune key, this place had become a prison for them. Moreover, they had been imprisoned for countless years. How sad was this? The continent was huge. Here, the consciousness of heavenly venerables couldn't be used, as if it was restricted by something. However, the path of fortune itself was full of mysteries. It was normal for there to be many secrets that ordinary people couldn't pry into. Yi Shiwen and the Zhanzun explored along the way. Soon, they found the first figure. The Zhanzun instinctively stopped when he saw this figure. He almost retreated and ran away. This was because the person they saw was none other than heavenly venerate Misty Cloud. Even now, the war supremacy still remembered the scene of heavenly venerate Cloud's clones unleashing a massacre the last time they entered the path of creation. Heavenly venerables were killed in groups like they were grass. Of the heavenly venerables of the heavenly venerables, and Misty Cloud Empyrean was one of the best among them. Even Huang Xiaolong had almost fallen into Misty Cloud Empyrean's trap. Saying that they were both from the Fortune Divine Dynasty was nonsense. Heavenly venerables were the best of the best. Even the War Elder had almost fallen for Heavenly Venerable's tricks. It didn't matter if he was just a beginner or a peak emperor. Now that he had truly become a Heavenly Venerate, he realized how ridiculous it had been for him to think that a Heavenly Venerate would think highly of him just because he was a peak sovereign emperor. Whether he had just advanced to the sovereign emperor realm or was a peak sovereign emperor, it was nothing before a Heavenly Venerate. If he was in this situation, he probably wouldn't show the slightest bit of leniency when dealing a killing blow. Yi Shiwen didn't have any psychological trauma. At that time, his strength was already above that of Heavenly Venerable's incarnation. Therefore, he wasn't abused or chased away like a stray dog. As the two approached, Heavenly Venerable's Cloud opened her beautiful eyes. There was a surprised look on her stunning face. She opened her red lips and said, "You guys!" Obviously, She still remembered these two people, especially Yi Shiwen, who left a deep impression on her. Among the emperor kings, there was only one person who could cultivate to such a level and be so tyrannical that he could retreat calmly from the incarnations of several great heavenly masters. Since ancient times, there was only one person who could do so. She had seen countless outstanding people in her life, but she had never seen anyone as impressive as Yi Shiwen. She hadn't been seen before she entered the path of creation, so she should have been a rising star who had appeared later on. However, it had only been 10,000 years since then, and that shocking and brilliant emperor had actually stepped into the celestial lord realm. Moreover, not only that, but she had even reached the second realm. Her eyes were so sharp that she could see Yi Shiwen's cultivation at a glance. Although Yi Shiwen had concealed it very well, there was still a huge gap between their realms. However, she could only see Yi Shiwen's cultivation realm. As for how strong he was, she couldn't calculate it. Even so, it was enough to shock her. She still remembered how long it took her to enter the second realm from the first realm. In front of this person, she seemed to be overshadowed. Heavenly Venerables Cloud, we have come under the orders of the Fortune God dynasty to rescue you from the path of creation. At this time, the War Venerables stepped forward and said, although he was shocked by her at first, he quickly calmed down. He was now in the Heavenly Venerables realm. Heavenly Venerables Cloud had been trapped for many years. She might not be as powerful as him. You have found the fate key? Heavenly Venerables Cloud frowned slightly and asked, no, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do this. The Fortune Divine Dynasty spent countless years to forge a replica of the Fortune Key. Although it is not as good as the real Fortune Key, it is more than enough to break the shackles on everyone's body and rescue everyone from the path of fortune. The War Venerables explained. So that was how it was. In that case, I owe you a favor. Heavenly Venerables Cloud was not a pretentious person, so she immediately said. At this time, she slightly operated her magic power. A light purple enchantment appeared around her. It was formed by the nomological power of the entire path of creation. It was not man-made. Otherwise, with Heavenly Venerables Cloud strength, she would not have been trapped for so many years. Because human strength was limited, but the power of heaven was endless. If it was man-made, it could be broken sooner or later. However, if it was naturally formed by heaven, it would be very difficult to break. Yi Shiwen and the War Venerables glanced at each other and then moved at the same time. With the help of external forces, this enchantment was much easier to break. In just a short time, it was broken by the two of them. Heavenly Venerables Cloud finally broke free and said faintly, this time I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the northern region to find me. Yi Shiwen and the War Venerables had only moved a little, and they had made a Heavenly Venerables owe them a favor. No wonder this matter was so popular and sought after. They would probably obtain a lot of benefits from this. It was nothing. You don't have to be so polite, Yi Shiwen said. However, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. Heavenly Venerables Cloud flew in front of the two of them and said, although she had broken free, she was still in an unprecedentedly weak state. This was because there was no spiritual energy in the path of creation. Spiritual energy could only exist by relying on nomological laws. However, in the path of creation, the nomological laws had become tangled and difficult to take shape. Therefore, she had no way to recover. She would have to wait until she left the path of creation to recover. Fortunately, after leaving the enchantment, she would not be unable to maintain a certain level of strength, like she was in the enchantment. She could only continue to weaken and eventually die from exhaustion of blood. As a Heavenly Venerables of the Fortune God dynasty, she would not have believed that one day she would face the threat of death like this and die from exhaustion of blood. I just want to ask, do you know where the Emperor Primordial Chaos who attacked with you last time is? Yi Shiwen asked. The Emperor Primordial Chaos? Heavenly Venerables, Cloud frowned slightly. We took turns to attack. It was a last resort in order to survive. According to everyone's tacit understanding, the Outer Domain and the Fortune God dynasty would each take half of the blood. Moreover, they would take turns to send out their incarnations to harvest the blood. Last time, I went with the Emperor Primordial Chaos. However, he is a heavenly venerate from the Outer Domain and not a heavenly venerate of the Fortune God dynasty. Therefore, he should be in the Outer Domain now and not here. Based on her words, she only treated those powerful Emperor Primordial Chaos as blood. Of course, she would not eat them alive like wild beasts. She just had other means. So, it's a heavenly venerate from the Outer Domain. Yi Shiwen suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't find any information about the Emperor Primordial Chaos, even though he had been in the Fortune God dynasty for so long. He had originally thought that the Emperor Primordial Chaos had been trapped in the path of fortune for too long. Therefore, there were no legends or records about him in this world. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. He was actually a heavenly venerate from the Outer Domain. No wonder. Yi Shiwen said, "Why, does fellow Taoist have a grudge with the Emperor Primordial Chaos?" Empyrean Cloud Mist glanced at Yi Shiwen with her beautiful eyes, and then her lips parted slightly as she asked. She was naturally able to tell that when Yi Shiwen mentioned Emperor Primordial Chaos, it didn't seem as if he was reuniting with an old friend. Instead, his words carried a bit of unforgettable hatred. There is indeed a grudge that needs to be settled. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile, "Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist has already escaped, you can go straight to the ferry. When we rescue the others, we will go there together." Yi Shiwen said, "I understand." Heavenly Venerables, Cloud Mist said. Then Yi Shiwen turned to Warlord and said, "Fellow Taoist Warlord, I will be leaving for a while. You go and rescue the others first." Chapter 30, 394. Zhan Zun looked at Yi Shiwen helplessly. How many celestial venerables did Yi Shiwen offend? First, it was Sky Fire Divine Venerable, then this Emperor Hunyuan. One must know that Yi Shiwen was only an Emperor Lord at that time. He might not even be an Emperor Lord. At least, Emperor Hunyuan had been trapped in the path of creation for many years. However, Yi Shiwen was still offended to the point where he had to be killed. This was a bit too bad, says. He had rarely seen such a situation in his life. Imperial emperors rarely had the opportunity to offend celestial venerables because they were not on the same level at all. They rarely interacted with each other. Furthermore, many imperial emperors would often maintain a kind of respect for celestial venerables. How could they offend them so easily? Moreover, those who offended celestial masters would have been slapped to death by celestial masters. They would not have the chance to jump around here. Obviously, Yi Shiwen was the kind of person who offended celestial masters and was still alive and kicking. Moreover, Yi Shiwen killed the sky-devouring Demon King before, which aroused the disgust of all the celestial masters. Even so, he was not forced to die. Instead, he was still alive and kicking until now. Now that he thought about it, it was a miracle that he was still alive after offending so many celestial masters. Of course, no problem, but you'd better go and return quickly. The War Master said. For him, there was no problem. Anyway, if Yi Shiwen did not make a move, he would be the one who owed him a favor. I will. It won't take long. Yi Shiwen said lightly. Misty Cloud glanced at Yi Shiwen in surprise. Yi Shiwen's confidence wasn't ordinary. Not long. She was able to discern that Yi Shiwen was probably going to fight Imperial Monarch Hunyuan to the death. Even though she didn't know exactly what sort of enmity existed between them, it was probably not a small one. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen still dared to say that he would be able to return in a short period of time? It seemed that people who had been trapped here for many years were really underestimated. After thinking for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Don't underestimate him too much. Although you destroyed his clone last time, he still captured quite a few people and recovered some of his vitality. He's not as easy to deal with as you think." "Thank you for the reminder," Yi Shiwen said. "Then I'll leave first." Then Yi Shiwen's figure took a big stride and flew out. He stepped on a golden light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Even though he knows this, he still dares to go like this. Does he really have something to rely on? "Celestial Master Vast Cloud," muttered to himself. Then he turned around and left. The War Supremacy didn't hesitate and continued to search. This continent was too big, and he couldn't expand his divine sense. Fortunately, he had the list of heavenly venerates that had fallen here. Otherwise, he might really have missed it. Yi Shiwen headed straight for the Western continent after obtaining the accurate information of Emperor Primordial Chaos. Although he had a general direction, it wasn't easy to find Emperor Primordial Chaos. Whether it was Undying Evil Venerable or Great Sun Heavenly Venerable, their speed was very fast. Yi Shiwen could still see some traces of restrictions along the way, but he didn't see any heavenly venerables from other domains. Obviously, they had all been rescued. Soon, according to the pattern of the places where the outer domain celestial masters were trapped, Yi Shiwen figured out their pattern of rescuing people. He immediately deduced their route of advance and immediately rushed in the direction of the deduction. Soon, he bumped into a group of heavenly venerables who had just been liberated. Yes, it wasn't just one person, but a group of outer domain celestial masters. Among them, there was Emperor Primordial Chaos who had just been freed. Although he had been trapped for many years, he still had the demeanor of an overlord of a generation. He was like a dragon and a tiger, with a majesty that looked down on the world. A heavenly venerable level expert, even if he had been trapped for many years, would not show the slightest weakness. However, this Emperor Primordial Chaos was just one of this group of heavenly venerables. As soon as Yi Shiwen's figure appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of these heavenly venerables. Which of these heavenly venerables hadn't reached the heavenly venerable realm for countless years? Naturally, they weren't ordinary people. They immediately became vigilant. This was also the reason why it was possible to bump into each other in this place. Because both sides were in the dark, the effect of divine sense was reduced to the minimum. Heavenly Master of the Fortune God Dynasty. A Heavenly Master immediately recognized Yi Shiwen at their level of cultivation. Unless Yi Shiwen deliberately concealed himself, it was too easy to determine which camp he belonged to at their level of cultivation. "It's you." Emperor Primordial Chaos' eyes widened immediately because he was too familiar with Yi Shiwen. In the myriad heavens, the two of them had fought more than once or twice. However, the myriad heavens was Yi Shiwen's territory. He was the reigning Emperor Primordial Chaos. He had the favor of the heavenly Tao, so he occupied all the advantages. Except for a few times when he had not become an emperor, he had made Yi Shiwen quite embarrassed. After becoming an emperor, the situation between the two of them had been completely reversed. Yi Shiwen, who had the geographical advantage and was also a reigning Emperor Primordial Chaos, had the upper hand in all aspects. Emperor Primordial Chaos couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen in several battles. Moreover, the chess pieces that he had arranged in the myriad heavens over the years were also removed one by one during Yi Shiwen's many years of governance. It could be said that the arrangements that he had made in the myriad heavens over the years were completely destroyed by Yi Shiwen. After that, on the path of creation, Yi Shiwen was seriously injured by him and escaped, almost dying tragically. Emperor Primordial Chaos could be considered to have won the game. But soon, when he saw Yi Shiwen again, Yi Shiwen already had the ability to destroy his doppelganger in less than 10,000 years. Even Emperor Primordial Chaos was stunned by Yi Shiwen's rapid progress. But what was even more terrifying was that after another 10,000 years, Yi Shiwen had actually advanced into the heavenly venerable realm. This speed of progress was simply shocking. If it was in the myriad heavens, he could understand why Yi Shiwen's progress was faster. As the first Emperor Primordial Chaos after Emperor Qin, he must have received the favor of the heavenly Tao of the myriad heavens. He was the so-called Son of Destiny, so it was normal for his progress to be faster. However, in the myriad heavens, there was a limit to one's progress. It was impossible to progress forever. This was also why Yi Shiwen obeyed the call of his heart and jumped out of the myriad heavens. But after entering the creation realm, Yi Shiwen's progress was not slow at all. This was what made Emperor Primordial Chaos most afraid. In an instant, Emperor Primordial Chaos understood many things. A sharp killing intent emerged in his eyes. Killing intent had already been born in his heart. If it was only the first time he heard about Yi Shiwen's battle achievements, he might be able to endure it, because he also wanted to restore his own strength first. He had absolute confidence that if he recovered, he would definitely break through faster than Yi Shiwen. Then he could go to the outside world and slaughter wantonly and devour a huge amount of blood essence. He would be able to improve in a short period of time, and it would not be too late to kill Yi Shiwen then. But this time was different. Yi Shiwen had actually appeared here, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. Wasn't it already obvious who he was targeting? Since Yi Shiwen had come to kill him, there was no way out for him. He could only fight to the death. The heavenly venerables were not fools. Almost immediately, they determined that Yi Shiwen's target was Emperor Primordial Chaos. Naturally, they were not in the mood to help Emperor Primordial Chaos fight Yi Shiwen. Although a faction confrontation was one thing, they were after all not at their peak. If they were at their peak, any one of them could easily suppress Yi Shiwen. It was a pity that things were not as good as people. It was inevitable. Yi Shiwen also did not expect to bump into so many heavenly venerables. Clearly, they had all been rescued by heavenly venerable Great Sun and undying evil venerable. At this time, they were together, heading in the direction of the ferry to wait for it to leave. Everyone, this child is a newly ascended heavenly venerable of the Fortune God dynasty, just in time to kill him and devour his blood essence. Isn't that much stronger than those Emperor Lords? Emperor Primordial Chaos said sinisterly. In the blink of an eye, he had sent Yi Shiwen to the position of a target for everyone. The eyes of many Empyreans lit up when they heard this. They had once relied on killing Empyreans and devouring their life, source energy, and blood essence to survive. Although they had already broken free, the habits they had built up over the years in Hidden Sun City wouldn't disappear so easily. If it was just one of them, they might not have much confidence in taking down Yi Shiwen. But if all of them joined forces, the outcome was obvious. They were all old ancestors who had fought for many years. At their peak, each of them was a powerful figure who could run amok in a region. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Apprehension was ultimately just apprehension. However, he should be the same as undying evil venerable and heavenly venerable Great Sunday. He was sent by the Fortune God dynasty to rescue people. If we kill him here, we will be in the Fortune God capital when we get out. Will those people in the Fortune God capital be willing to let this matter rest? Suddenly, a heavenly venerable voiced out the doubt in his heart. If they were in their peak state, they could still protect themselves. But now they were not at their peak state. Moreover, they were in a place like the Fortune God capital that was filled with traps. If the Fortune God dynasty was determined to keep them here, then it was hard to guarantee that some of them wouldn't die. It would be fine if it was others, but if it was them, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Humph! Wait until we kill him and devour his life source and blood essence. Our strength will recover a lot. There are so many of us here, and we have already fought our way out. What is there to be afraid of? A heavenly venerable said indifferently. His upper body was no different from a human, but his lower body was that of a snake. He looked extremely fierce, and his entire body exuded a blazing light. Although he did not look mighty, he had a dignified demeanor. His eyes were as deep as the galaxy, and from time to time purple lightning would burst out, cutting through the starry sky and shaking the galaxy. It was unknown when he had moved behind Yi Shiwen, sealing off Yi Shiwen's path of retreat. He was standing in front of Emperor Primordial Chaos, and they cooperated with each other. Although they had never worked together before, with their cultivation, many things did not need to be said out loud to be understood. Chapter 30, 395. Everyone thought about it and agreed that it was true. Trying to break into the divine capital of fortune alone was no different from seeking death. However, if everyone attacked together, even if they were not at their peak, they could still rush out of the divine capital of fortune. There was nothing to be afraid of. If that's the case, count me in. Suddenly, an incomparably huge beast stood out and surrounded Yi Shiwen. This beast was covered with long hair and was the size of a small mountain. It had a ferocious face and fangs, but there was a fearful aura coming from its body. The celestial masters of Beast Tao were extremely terrifying and powerful. Boom! All of a sudden, another heavenly sovereign stood out. However, this heavenly sovereign wasn't in his original body. Instead, he was sealed within an immortal stone. His original body could be vaguely seen within the immortal stone, but it was clear that he was heavily injured. That was why he was sealed within the immortal stone. The others looked at each other, but in the end, they did not intend to get involved with these four people. Instead, they retreated and retreated. If they could get out safely, they were even more unwilling to take risks. The four people, including the primordial Chaos Emperor, surrounded Yi Shiwen and completely sealed him in their domain. Ha ha ha! Good! Feathered Serpent Master, Mad Beast Master, Innocent Sage, let's join forces and kill this boy today. Not only can we devour his blood essence and life source, but he also has a lot of wealth. We have been trapped for many years, and our wealth has long been exhausted. We can replenish a lot. The primordial Chaos Emperor laughed loudly. Originally, he was still a little afraid of Yi Shiwen, but now he had nothing to fear. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, it was impossible to compete with four powerful celestial masters. No one could do it. Even if they were not at their peak, they were still supreme existences that ordinary people had to look up to. If one underestimated them because of this, then one would not be far from death. Facing the four people from the front and back, Yi Shiwen stood still and said indifferently, "Have you all really thought it through? I'll give you one more chance. It's not too late for you to retreat now. This time, the divine capital of fortune is a joint rescue operation with the outer domain, so I won't attack you. But if you are still with him, then don't blame me for being impolite. You can't blame others if you die." Ha 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 ha. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in front of me? If it was in the past, I would have killed someone like you with a single slap. The feathered serpent sovereign laughed out loud and said coldly. His eyes instantly became as cold as a snake's, incomparably sinister. The others also remained calm and collected. They weren't affected by Yi Shiwen's words at all. They were the most tyrannical existences in the world in the past. Each and every one of them was invincible in the past. So, how could they be scared by Yi Shiwen's words? On the contrary, they felt that Yi Shiwen was overestimating his capabilities. Even those heavenly venerables from other domains who hadn't joined in the siege felt that Yi Shiwen was too rampant. He had dared to speak in such a manner in front of them. The words of venerable feathered serpent weren't wrong. If someone had dared to clamor in front of them in the past, then that person would have died. In the past? You said it was in the past. Do you think you're still the same as before? Yi Shiwen sneered. He might have avoided venerable feathered serpent in the past. However, he didn't have the slightest fear now. They were just some old dogs who had been trapped for many years. How dare they attack him? They really didn't know how they died. Since you all want to die, then don't blame me. Even those old guys from other domains have nothing to say. Yi Shiwen said coldly, "Kid, you're really courting death." Venerable feathered serpent sovereign suddenly moved. A burst of strong aura erupted from his body. His huge serpent tail fiercely swung towards Yi Shiwen. "Everyone, hurry up and finish this quickly." Venerable feathered serpent sovereign obviously knew that they had been trapped for many years. They couldn't get any replenishment of their chi and blood. It wouldn't be a problem for a while if they really fought. However, they wouldn't be able to exhaust Yi Shiwen's chi and blood if it continued. If they were in the outside world, there wouldn't be any problems. They could absorb the essence of heaven and earth while recovering. However, in this path of creation, all their consumption couldn't be replenished. Their last bit of resources had long been exhausted in this endless imprisonment. This serpent tail was extremely terrifying. It was shining with the brilliance of the Great Way. He had actually refined his body into a Tao tool. At this moment, it suddenly erupted with terrifying power. In an instant, it shattered the sky and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's body finally moved. Similarly, he blasted out a punch. This punch directly reversed the river of time. Wherever this punch passed, time was rolled up and reversed. The whole scene looked incomparably terrifying. This was the first time he had used his full strength after stepping into the second stage of Heavenly Master Realm. Before this, he hadn't used his full strength at all when he defeated Great Sun, Heavenly Master. Now was the time for him to use his full strength. Boom! There was a loud bang. Yi Shiwen's body didn't move at all. He forcibly withstood this terrifying blow. Although he was facing a super big shot who was once invincible, Yi Shiwen didn't retreat at all. He was still domineering and unparalleled in the world. What a powerful junior! He's really amazing. He forcibly withstood Venerable Feathered Serpent's attack with his physical body. At this moment, many heavenly masters only felt that their eyes lit up. Yi Shiwen's performance was indeed qualified to make their eyes light up. It wasn't the kind of situation where he would collapse with a single blow. A little interesting, but it's useless. You still have to die. A loud voice came, followed by a huge claw from the sky. It directly slammed down as if it could cover the entire sky. This was Venerable Mad Beast's attack. His strength was extremely terrifying. He once commanded the Beast Tao. His origin was mysterious, but his cultivation was extremely terrifying. Back then, he was invincible in the world. Almost no one could stop him. If he hadn't entered the path of creation to cultivate, perhaps not many people would be his opponent. The devil wings on Yi Shiwen's body suddenly swelled up and suddenly protected him inside. The claw grabbed the devil wings, and unexpectedly, a sound of metal clashing rang out, and a burst of sparks splashed in all directions. Venerable Mad Beast's claw didn't break Yi Shiwen's demon wings. Die! A spear pierced through the void. It was Emperor Primordius who had made his move. His chi and blood also began to surge. He wasn't at his peak, so he didn't dare to casually burn his chi and blood like Yi Shiwen. But at this time he also understood that delaying was definitely not the best idea. He could only kill Yi Shiwen as soon as possible in order to eliminate any future troubles. The last time they met, Yi Shiwen already had the opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Master Realm. Such a breakthrough speed made him feel extremely fearful. Whoosh! The spear directly penetrated Yi Shiwen's body, but it was just an illusion. Emperor Hunyuan, it's time to end the tens of thousands of years of grievances between us. I said last time that you're just an old dog who has cultivated for a few more years than me. As long as I have time. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Shiwen had already arrived behind Emperor Primordius. He clenched his fist, and in an instant it seemed as if he was holding the entire world in his hand, condensing it into his fist. Then he fiercely smashed it down like a thunderbolt. Want to sneak attack me? Emperor Hunyuan's big hand suddenly stretched out, directly grabbed the spear, and then suddenly pulled it back. He turned around and stabbed, directly colliding with Yi Shiwen's fist. Clang! An incomparably loud explosion sounded, and the collision between the two caused the whole world to violently collide with each other. Thump, thump, thump. Emperor Hunyuan finally couldn't stabilize his body, and he kept retreating. He almost couldn't hold on and was blasted away. What a tyrannical body! This was the first time Emperor Hunyuan's main body fought with Yi Shiwen, and it was the first time he felt the astonishing strength of Yi Shiwen's body. That vigorous vitality could almost turn the world upside down. For people like him who had been trapped for countless years, this was almost unattainable. Yi Shiwen could not be stingy with his vitality and force to fight so violently, but they could not do the same. Humph! Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "If I don't have some skills, how would I dare to kill you alone?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly stomped his foot, and suddenly a sky full of light rain suddenly appeared, turning into a big formation. His figure flew out in an instant and rushed towards Emperor Hunyuan. Emperor Hunyuan's eyes stared at Yi Shiwen, and he forcibly calmed the surging vitality in his heart. It was definitely not a good idea to compete with Yi Shiwen in terms of physical strength and whose vitality was more tyrannical. He suddenly raised his hands. Suddenly, countless laws appeared in the world. These laws instantly turned into divine chains of laws that danced in the sky. They interweaved into a big net in front of him. Then, they rushed towards Yi Shiwen overwhelmingly. Yi Shiwen's eyes widened. Yi Shiwen's eyes widened. This was what he was best at. In terms of understanding of the laws, he was definitely above Yi Shiwen. This was his biggest advantage, and he could not use it to fight Yi Shiwen head-on. These laws instantly turned into a big net, enveloping him in it. Each thread was a law, incomparably strong, and it was difficult to break free. Yi Shiwen's own law domain could not be used in this big net, and instead his figure was imprisoned, and he was suppressed everywhere. This Emperor Hunyuan was worthy of being a veteran heavenly lord, and he almost instantly thought of a countermeasure. Yi Shiwen roared, "Since I can't resist the laws, then I'll smash this damn net to pieces in one go." He blasted out a punch, and directly punched a huge hole in the big net formed by the incomparably huge law divine chains. Chapter 30, 396. Yi Shiwen's fist energy was overwhelming. The fist energy was like a knife, and it immediately broke the big net of the law in the sky. The big net formed by these law divine chains was incomparably strong and endless. It manifested from the void at any time, reformed, and then constantly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen constantly rushed and killed in it. The power of his fists was unparalleled. Just a pair of fists was enough to create a world. In just a few breaths of time, Yi Shiwen had destroyed these divine chains that had been transformed from the principles on the spot. However, it still gave Emperor Primordius enough time to retreat out of Yi Shiwen's attack range. At this time, he really tasted the meaning of the old saying, "The fist is afraid of the strong young." Yi Shiwen's reckless fighting style seemed to be nothing. It was even a little reckless, but it was the fighting style that he was most afraid of. This kid is extremely tricky. Let's join forces and attack together. Venerable Feathered Serpent roared, and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. His body was like a galaxy, dazzling, exuding a terrifying light, and suddenly swept towards Yi Shiwen. He launched the most terrifying attack at Yi Shiwen. His terrifying aura spread out, causing the world to tremble. "You're courting death." Yi Shiwen had no choice but to retreat. He turned around and kicked out. This kick was like a lightning tearing the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and it almost turned the world upside down. Bang! Yi Shiwen's kick collided with the huge snake tail of Venerable Feathered Serpent. The power was infinite, but it was no different from Emperor Primordius. venerable feathered serpent could not directly compete with Yi Shiwen's body. His qi and blood were too little, and he would be at a disadvantage if he directly collided with Yi Shiwen. The huge tail curled back at a speed faster than when it came. On the other side, the incomparably powerful Mad Beast Lord also rushed over. However, this time, Yi Shiwen had already rushed over before he could reach Yi Shiwen. Good, good, good. You dare to counterattack me. Mad Beast Lord only felt that his dignity was being challenged, and he was extremely angry. But it was useless. Yi Shiwen's counterattack was too fast. The Beast Dao domain that he released could not stop Yi Shiwen at all. Countless fierce beasts ran in the Beast Dao domain and tried to counterattack Yi Shiwen. However, in just a moment, they were killed by Yi Shiwen with a slap. His entire Beast Dao domain was also torn apart by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Yi Shiwen's hands bloomed with terrifying golden light, and it turned into a sky full of light rain that rolled in all directions. His eyes flickered with a terrifying light. The longer he dragged this out, the more advantageous it would be for him. He could even use his qi and blood to forcefully drag these guys to death. However, as the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. Emperor Primordial Chaos and the others were worried about their insufficient vitality and were not willing to fight for a long time. How could he not be worried about the arrival of Great Sun, Celestial Master, and Undying Evil Master? With Undying Evil Master strength, even he had to be wary. In this case, he would miss the best opportunity to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos. Not to mention, there were many other heavenly venerables from other domains who were watching the battle from the sidelines. If some of these people suddenly changed their minds and joined the battle, it would undoubtedly create a new obstacle for Yi Shiwen's plan to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos. Because of this, Yi Shiwen decided to break one of his fingers instead of injuring all 10. He would first kill Mad Beast Lord and then plot other things. Mad Beast Lord regained his composure at this time. He knew that he had to be even calmer when facing such an unparalleled enemy. At this moment, his body was emitting terrifying light, and the entire universe was trembling. Billions of rays of light rushed into the sky and turned into a sky full of light rain. Then he suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man, and a bone blade appeared in his hand. This bone blade was flickering with incomparably domineering fluctuations. Venerable wild beast, who was suddenly in front of Yi Shiwen, finally mobilized his celestial Lord Dao tool. It was refined with the fangs of his main body as the main material. It took him tens of thousands of years to finally complete it. It had great power. This was his biggest trump card. His face finally revealed a somewhat sinister expression, because he knew very well that Yi Shiwen was just a new heavenly venerable. According to the information passed by Emperor Primordial Chaos, he should have become a heavenly venerable only a mere 10,000 years ago, and should not have enough time to refine his own heavenly venerable Dao tool. A heavenly venerable with or without a heavenly venerable Dao tool was completely different and could not be mentioned in the same breath. The bone blade swept horizontally and vertically, and although it looked smooth, but in fact there was a terrifying sharpness directly approaching Yi Shiwen's head. A heavenly venerable Dao tool is indeed amazing, but do you think that you can defeat me with this? Yi Shiwen shouted, "You have a heavenly venerable Dao tool, but don't I have one? I'll start with you first. Universe creation palm, I'll cripple you with one palm." Yi Shiwen shouted, and the omniscient manifestation hand appeared in his hand. The omniscient manifestation hand made the gesture of the universe creation palm, and suddenly the power of heaven and earth was under his control. Even the path of creation was no exception, and all of it was integrated into this palm. Then it formed a terrifying palm force that covered the sky and the earth like quicksilver spilling onto the ground. Boom! There was a terrifying collision sound, and even the heavenly venerables of the foreign domains who were watching felt their hearts palpitate. The collision between the two sides was really frightening, and it was really soul-stirring. The essence of the energy waves that erupted from the battle between the two sides was composed of countless law talismans. It was no longer pure energy, or it could be said that the energy had been organized into such a form. What? Just when everyone was shocked by the attacks of both sides, someone suddenly discovered that Yi Shiwen's palm momentum was not broken by the bone blade at all. This had completely exceeded the expectations of the outer realm heavenly venerates. Many of them still had fresh memories of the terror of the bone blade, although they were all heavenly venerables of the foreign domains. It wasn't the first time they had fought each other because of various disputes of interests. Therefore, they were very clear about how terrifying this bone blade was. No matter what kind of attack it was, it could be broken completely. However, it was useless in the face of this palm. It was directly blocked, and instead his own blade momentum was completely broken. Some sharp-eyed people even discovered in horror that his blade momentum was not only broken, but it was also absorbed by Yi Shiwen's palm momentum and turned into his attack. How is this possible? Wild Beast Venerable never expected that his attack would be completely broken in an instant, and Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm's momentum did not decrease, and it fell completely. Boom! This palm directly imprinted on Wild Beast Venerable's body, and his body suddenly flew out like a meteor. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, and it formed a sky full of blood rain. What a strong palm force! Wild Beast Venerable only felt that his whole body was about to collapse. From the previous fight, he had already deduced that Yi Shiwen's martial power should be around the peak of Heavenly Master Second Realm, although he didn't know how much stronger the peak of Second Realm was compared to the ordinary peak of Second Realm. It was simply ridiculously strong, but this palm had completely exceeded the limits of his own cultivation. It was almost comparable to the palm of the Third Realm. If he was at his peak, he could naturally take it, but now that he took it head-on, he didn't know how much blood and qi in his body had evaporated. He was severely injured in an instant. The incomparably powerful physical body that he was proud of was directly hit by a huge palm print. It directly imprinted on his chest and almost pierced through his entire body. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he made a prompt decision and retreated repeatedly. Otherwise, he would have been directly pierced through, and even his spirit would have been pulled out. For a moment, countless thoughts emerged in the mind of Wild Beast Venerable. However, for the entire battlefield, only a moment had passed. How could this be? Emperor Hunyuan and the others were instantly shocked because Yi Shiwen and Wild Beast Venerable had only exchanged one move, and it ended with a huge loss for Wild Beast Venerable. After displaying the universe creation palm, Yi Shiwen's combat power had increased by a notch. Wild Beast Venerable, who was originally barely able to resist, was suddenly seriously injured. This is the universe creation palm. Emperor Primordial Chaos Sovereign immediately recognized the origin of this move. It wasn't difficult to guess. After all, a heavenly venerable was different from an emperor monarch. Their horizons were broader. So how could they not know about Fortune Creation, Heavenly Monarch's famous ultimate move? Although they didn't know how Yi Shiwen knew this long-lost universe creation palm, it was enough to excite them. Didn't they see that Yi Shiwen's fighting prowess had suddenly increased a lot after he used the universe creation palm? This kind of temptation was already great enough. To these heavenly venerates, a martial art that could greatly increase their combat power was undoubtedly the most attractive. Even though he didn't need to use his toes to think to know that he would definitely have to pay a hefty price, in his opinion, this price was something he could bear. Fellow Taoists, this kid has the universe creation palm. Let's join forces to take him down and divide the universe creation palm equally. How about it? At this moment, Emperor Hunyuan shouted not only to Wild Beast Venerable, Serpent Feather, and the others, but also to the Heavenly Venerables who had yet to join the battle. The Heavenly Venerables were also very tempted when they heard this. It was difficult to be tempted by ordinary martial arts. Even Heavenly Venerables' martial arts were nothing. They were confident that the martial arts they created weren't weaker than others. As long as they fully developed their own martial arts, it would be enough for them to run amok in the world. However, the universe creation palm was different. Chapter 30, 397. Many celestial masters began to be tempted. Fate creation, Heavenly Lord, was different from ordinary celestial masters. He was above all celestial masters and was the true number one expert since ancient times. Although he had never said such a thing, this ranking was publicly acknowledged in the fortune realm. Even in the outer domain, it was not discounted. The celestial masters of the outer domain were also convinced. Therefore, the martial arts left by fate creation, Heavenly Lord, would attract these super-existences. But soon, these super-existences denied the temptation in their hearts. If they wanted to participate, they would have done so just now. Since they did not choose to participate, they had their own considerations and could not be easily changed, even if they had wavered at a certain moment just now. However, although they did not make a move in the end, the remaining feathered serpent lord and sincere sage were already very tempted. As for wild beast lord, he could not care about these things at this time. Yi Shiwen's palm almost penetrated him, and he was seriously injured. His qi and blood were insufficient, so his recovery was much slower. If it was in the outside world, Yi Shiwen might not be able to hurt him. Even if he was injured, it would not be to this extent. But now, if he wanted to recover, it was not something that could be done by taking a breath. Want to kill me? You can protect yourself first. Just when Emperor Primordial Chaos was feeling proud of himself, Yi Shiwen suddenly appeared in front of him. After severely injuring Wild Beast Lord in an instant, Yi Shiwen rushed towards Emperor Primordial Chaos without stopping. Die! Yi Shiwen roared and directly struck out with a palm. This palm actually transformed into a human figure, containing his great Tao in it. There was a kind of invincible power, directly rushing up to the sky and slamming down on Emperor Primordial Chaos. Wow, so powerful! The spectating outer domain Empyreans sucked in a breath of cold air. This Yi Shiwen was so powerful. His first move was invincible, and he had integrated his thoughts into his martial arts. This method was extremely terrifying. Was he still a junior? He is indeed just a newcomer, but he is ridiculously strong. There is no one in the second realm who is a match for him. If the Primordial Emperor Lord and the others did not rely on the advantage of their realm, they would not stand a chance in front of him. At this time, a celestial master said, "Roar!" In the face of Yi Shiwen's palm strike, Emperor Primordius was not to be outdone. Inside his body, there were chaotic scriptures chanting, as if countless gods were chanting scriptures. Each word turned into a magic tool, igniting the rules and rolling them out. Then, all of them condensed on Emperor Primordius's fist. Boom! With an incomparably loud rumble, Emperor Primordius's fist struck out. Although he was no longer at his peak and his blood vitality couldn't be compared to his peak, every strike of his still contained a power that could shake the world, a power that made many Empyreans pale in comparison. Many Empyreans could not help but sigh emotionally when they saw the scene. Empyrean Lord Primordius was indeed worthy of being a veteran Empyrean. He was really too tyrannical. The might of this attack was earth-shattering, but it was instantly suppressed by Yi Shiwen's palm. Even the 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling. Yi Shiwen's palm had blasted out. He was a powerhouse of extreme way, so he should be able to suppress everything. Boom! Emperor Primordius's fist momentum was suddenly dispersed. Then Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm fell on his body. Like Mad Beast Sovereign, he couldn't resist the power of this palm at all. However, he was better than Mad Beast Sovereign in that he was already prepared, so he wasn't caught off guard. He was only sent flying on the spot. A bloody handprint appeared on his chest. His body was densely covered with cracks, and chaos emerged from them. It was extremely terrifying. Puff! Emperor Primordius, who slammed into the ground of this continent, finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Like mad beast sovereign, he couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm. The universe creation palm is actually this powerful. Emperor Primordius's eyes flickered with a terrifying light, but his expression was still a bit incredulous. Yi Shiwen's palm power was too strong. At this time, he really understood why Mad Beast Sovereign couldn't withstand a single blow under this palm. It wasn't that he was too weak, but Yi Shiwen's strength was too tyrannical. At this time, Yi Shiwen's performance was unparalleled. In just 2 moves, he severely injured 2 great masters. These 2 masters might be powerful existences that ordinary people couldn't imagine in the outside world. These 2 palms consumed a lot of Yi Shiwen's dragon vein in one breath. Compared to the consumption of universe creation palm when he was still a heavenly master, the consumption of the enemy's morale was simply insignificant. It was completely incomparable. But he didn't regret it because he had no other choice. If it was just Emperor Primordial Chaos alone, then the consumption wouldn't have been enough to make him change his mind. But now that there were 4 of them, the consumption would increase exponentially. He had to increase his investment. The feud between him and Emperor Primordius had lasted for tens of thousands of years. It was time to end it. If he didn't end it here, then there would be endless troubles in the future. After severely injuring Emperor Primordius with 1 move, Feathered Serpent Supremacy and Thoughtful Supremacy thought that Yi Shiwen would come for them. Instantly, they were on high alert and prepared themselves. But who knew that Yi Shiwen had no intention of coming for them? Instead, he went for Emperor Primordius again, looking like he wouldn't stop until he was dead. Damn it! Emperor Primordius was shocked and angry. His killing intent to kill Yi Shiwen was strong, but Yi Shiwen's killing intent to kill him would only be stronger. Yi Shiwen would seize the opportunity to beat him up and get rid of him completely. Emperor Primordius was shocked and angry. What kind of person was he? How could he be forced to this point, to the point of killing him? Let's see how long you can last with your chi and blood declining. Yi Shiwen didn't use the universe creation palm this time. Instead, he punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The fist energy turned into 6 paths of reincarnation and directly blasted towards Emperor Primordius. Emperor Primordius' injuries hadn't healed completely, and Yi Shiwen had already come for him. Emperor Primordius' face revealed a bit of anger. He immediately let out a long roar and raised the chi and blood in his body to the peak. The scriptures of chaos around him had completely manifested and directly collided with Yi Shiwen. Boom! 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 Incomparably loud explosions sounded. In the sky, both sides exchanged thousands of moves in an instant. Their speed was fast to the peak. The burning chi and blood of both sides cooled the entire sky. And at this time, Feathered Serpent Supremacy and Thoughtful Supremacy had also come for the kill. They attacked Yi Shiwen from the left and right, forcing Yi Shiwen to stop attacking Emperor Primordius. At this time, Emperor Primordius finally retreated again and again, out of the attack range of Yi Shiwen's fist shadow. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. As he panted, blood splattered out. He was already seriously injured by the universe creation palm, and then he was forced to fight with Yi Shiwen. He couldn't suppress the injuries on his body anymore, and they completely broke out. Although there didn't seem to be any major wounds, his internal injuries were already very serious. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen blocked the sneak attack of Venerable Feathered Serpent and Humble Holy Senior by himself. Venerable Feathered Serpent unceasingly displayed many secret techniques and magical powers. They flooded over like the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. As for Holy Lord Innocent, he was sealed within the divine stone. While it seemed as though he was unable to move, in reality, all sorts of nomological laws were at his fingertips. Around him, a gigantic figure was formed. Through this figure formed from nomological laws, he was able to unleash all sorts of martial arts and mystiques. Its might was unimaginable. "Get lost!" Yi Shiwen shouted, and the time domain spread out from his body. The many secret techniques and magical powers that the two of them used were instantly slowed down when they attacked Yi Shiwen through the time domain. They slowed down to a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and they couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Shiwen's figure was like a bolt of lightning, flashing through these attacks and moving forward. In an instant, he arrived in front of Emperor Primordius. At this time, Emperor Primordius was recuperating, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. He saw Yi Shiwen rushing towards him again. Yi Shiwen. Emperor Primordius was so shocked and angry that he called out Yi Shiwen's real name. He had stirred up trouble in the myriad heavens for so many years. How could he not know Yi Shiwen's real name? In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was just someone who got lucky and gained some benefits. But the murderous intent that Yi Shiwen burst out at this time was terrifying. "How dare you?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I'm coming to kill you now." Yi Shiwen dodged the pincer attack of Venerable Feathered Serpent and Venerable Thoughtful and rushed towards him. The two of them didn't expect Yi Shiwen's murderous intent to be so strong, and his will was so firm that he was determined to kill Emperor Primordius. Emperor Primordius forcibly raised his chi and blood, and all the spiritual power in his body turned into a long spear and stabbed out. Universe Creation Palm. Yi Shiwen wanted to end the battle quickly, so he used Universe Creation Palm again in an instant. With the help of the Boundless Nature Palm, the power of this palm was amplified to a certain limit, and it directly blasted on the long spear. Boom! The long spear was blasted into pieces on the spot, and then the big hand fell on Emperor Primordius's body. All the defenses on Emperor Primordius's body couldn't stop it at all, and it was broken in an instant, and his physical body finally couldn't hold on under this palm. Puff! His entire physical body was smashed into pieces, and it exploded. Chapter 30, 398. Emperor Primordial Chaos Emperor's body exploded and collapsed on the spot. Under a series of attacks, Emperor Primordial Chaos Emperor finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body shattered on the spot, and he suffered heavy injuries. At this time, many heavenly venerables from the outer domains finally understood why this daring junior of the Fortune God dynasty dared to come and kill Emperor Primordial Chaos Emperor alone. He indeed had the strength and confidence to do so, especially now that they were in an unprecedentedly weak state. With their insight, they could naturally see that Yi Shiwen's current strength was unparalleled. He was surrounded by 4 heavenly venerables, and yet he could still suppress the situation in a domineering manner. If there was only one heavenly venerables, Emperor Primordial Chaos Emperor would probably not be able to escape. But now Venerable Feathered Serpent, Thoughtful Sage, and Wild Beast Sage, who had almost recovered, were entangled in another battle. They couldn't rush over and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos Emperor. If the battle continues like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for both sides to deal with the other. Although this Venerable Wu's combat strength is extraordinary, this stalemate will continue if he can't finish off one of them. In the end, when Great Sun, Heavenly Venerables, and Undying Evil Venerables return, he can only retreat. And if the others can't finish off Venerable Wu in one go, then their lack of vitality will become their most well-known flaw. Those with sharp eyes could immediately see the situation. In their opinion, both sides would be in a stalemate, and eventually nothing would come of it. However, whether it was Yi Shiwen or the others, none of them were willing to end the battle in a stalemate, especially Yi Shiwen. Even when facing the siege of 4 outer domain heavenly venerables, he was unwilling to end the battle in a stalemate. Since he had come this time, he must kill Emperor Primordial Chaos Emperor. Otherwise, he would suffer a great loss this time. In this life, he was unparalleled. He had seen too many experts and fought too many tough battles. He had never given up so easily. The other heavenly venerables were also top-notch experts. Any one of them was a super expert who had experienced countless years. Their minds were firm and unshakable. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, how could they give up so easily? No matter who was left alive, it would be a great calamity. Let's decide the winner. Yi Shiwen let out a roar, and his body shone with the radiance of the laws of the universe. The 3,000 martial Das materialized and crushed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He let out a long roar and immediately used the 6 paths reincarnation fist, forming the 6 paths wheel and suppressing the surroundings. Good, that's exactly what I wanted. It was rare for both sides to reach an agreement at this time. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Kara! After a series of intense exchanges, Saint Innocent's divine rock began to crack bit by bit. Soon, it shattered into a shower of rocks that rained down from the sky, revealing a figure within. It was a middle-aged man clad in armor, who knew how many bloody battles he had been through. The gaping hole in his chest clearly told everyone just how terrifying the life-and-death battles he had been through were. It was precisely because of this that he had sealed himself in the God Stone to prolong his life. Ordinary battles could have been completed even in the God Stone. However, things had already reached this point. Relying on the half-sealed state of the God Stone, he was no match for Yi Shiwen. Since it was time to go all out, he wouldn't be stingy to go all out. Wild beast venerable and feathered serpent venerables, chi and blood were raised to the extreme at the same time. The sound of their chi and blood flowing was like muffled thunder, almost exploding the sky. Seeing that he couldn't chase after them, Yi Shiwen calmed down and shouted, "Saint Innocent, I think you're really courting death. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll send you on your way so that you don't have to linger like this." Yi Shiwen pounced towards Saint Innocent directly. His body emitted 3,000 martial das, each of which turned into a peerless expert, and directly entangled wild beast venerable and feathered serpent venerable. At this moment, everyone could see Yi Shiwen's strategy. He would rather break one finger than hurt all 10. "Coming for me." Saint Innocent's face revealed a hint of anger. "Even in this state, I'm still not someone you can bully." Saint Innocent's chi and blood were boiling madly. In an instant, even his mana was surging. It was as if the time, space, and laws of this world were frozen, leaving only Saint Innocent's surging chi and blood. Innocent halberd. Saint Innocent's armor was shining, and a long halberd appeared in his hand. It cut through the sky and instantly slashed at Yi Shiwen's face, who was pouncing towards him. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, couldn't move at all. It was as if he was stuck in mud, encountering a huge problem. "I don't know how many arrogant people like you I've killed." Saint Innocent's face revealed a hint of smugness. His combat power at his peak was completely different from what it was just now. "Trying to trap me? Don't even think about it." Yi Shiwen roared. His entire body was burning fiercely, and the Nanming leaf fire instantly spread out. The nomological domain that Honorable Sage Venerable Ernest had spread out was also completely destroyed in an instant. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen punched out. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and a terrifying collision broke out. Both Yi Shiwen's fist and the big halberd made a clanging sound, and sparks splashed in all directions. At the same time, the bodies of these two supreme powerhouses had also changed. Yi Shiwen's chi and blood were surging, like the surface of a raging tide, constantly fluctuating. It looked extremely shocking. On the other side, Saint Innocent's situation wasn't so good. Blood began to flow out of the wounds on his body. During the fight with Yi Shiwen, just now, his injuries were affected and they were all exposed. After that, Yi Shiwen's body moved slightly. Then his whole body directly flew up and rushed up to kill. He launched a counterattack instantly. His movements were fast and urgent, and he punched out again almost instantly. The 6 paths of reincarnation was rotating, and it seemed to be undergoing a wonderful evolution and transformation, suppressing Saint Innocent on the spot. Boom! Saint Innocent flew out on the spot, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. His situation wasn't as good as the others. Just an ordinary attack was enough to put him in a difficult position. His situation was too special, and the injuries on his body were too much of a burden. He couldn't unleash sufficient combat power at all. It was precisely because the injuries on his body were too severe that he chose to join the ranks of the primordial Chaos Emperor in order to seize the opportunity in the subsequent recovery. As long as he devoured Yi Shiwen's life source and blood essence, he would be able to recover quickly. But it was precisely because of the injuries on his body that he couldn't unleash his true combat power to the fullest. At this moment, the injuries on his body were affected, and his old injuries relapsed. Blood splattered and sprinkled into the starry sky. He was extremely angry. When he was at his peak, he was invincible. Who had he been afraid of? Yi Shiwen couldn't possibly be his match at all. But now he was being suppressed by Yi Shiwen. What kind of experience was this? How could he endure this? I'm not resigned to this. Wu Zun, you will definitely pay the price. Not resigned? What's there to be unresigned about? Yi Shiwen sneered. Then he suddenly kicked out with his foot. It was like a lightning that tore through the night sky, and it landed on Holy Venerable Innocent's body. Uft! Holy Venerable Innocent was kicked directly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Shiwen's attack speed was too fast. Be it the feathered serpent lord or the wild beast lord, they were both very strong. More than half of the 3,000 martial arts incarnations that Yi Shiwen had released were slaughtered in mere moments. There wasn't much time left for him. He could only choose to end the battle quickly. His vitality was more abundant. This was his greatest advantage, and now he was going to turn this advantage into the final result of victory. Yi Shiwen's countless visions manifested, disintegrating heaven and earth, and forming his own domain that belonged to Wu Zun. In this domain he was an invincible god, the sole ruler of heaven and earth. At the same time he waved his fist and unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Rumbling sounds spread out like the treasured sounds of the great Tao, shaking the ripples of the laws. No matter what means you have, no matter what kind of existence you were in the past, Holy Venerable Innocent, you're dead today. The domain that Yi Shiwen emitted locked onto Holy Venerable Innocent in an instant, imprisoning him within and rendering him unable to move. Although it was only for a short period of time, it was enough for him. I'll finish you off with this move. Universe Creation Palm. Everything happened in that instant, and Yi Shiwen's attack had already arrived. He reversed his palm and slapped it directly on Holy Venerable Innocent's body. Bang! Holy Venerable Innocent's body exploded in an instant, and blood burst out and spread like a rainstorm. Holy Venerable Innocent's body exploded and turned into a rain of blood. Compared to Emperor Hunyuan, he was in an even more tragic state. In the intense battle just now, the injuries in his body had finally been triggered, making him incomparably tragic. He wanted to end the battle quickly and suppress Yi Shiwen with his full strength. However, the reality was much worse than he had imagined. Even though he had released his main body from the Divine Stone, the increase in combat power that came with it was still not enough to suppress Yi Shiwen. Instead, he was suppressed by Yi Shiwen, and this was the price that he had to pay. The rain of blood that Holy Venerable Innocent's body had turned into quickly dispersed into the distance, trying to escape from Yi Shiwen's attack range. But at this point, how could Yi Shiwen let him escape? The Avicii sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly slashed out. The sword light split into millions of sword lights in the void, and every sword light chased after a drop of blood rain. Not one sword more, and not one sword less. The sword light completely shattered the blood rain, turning it into nothingness in the sky. Chapter 30. 399. One sword annihilated all the vitality of honest sage Venerable. This sword could even pierce into the endless dimensions and completely annihilate honest sage Venerable spirit that was outside the path of creation, annihilate all possibilities of his revival. Yi Shiwen was no longer a celestial master. At that time, he didn't have many means to kill a celestial master. He could only slowly grind the celestial master bit by bit. Now he had the ability to strike like a thunderbolt. Compared to the past, he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It was really terrifying to be able to annihilate all vitality in an instant, because celestial master experts were very difficult to kill. Only celestial masters who were also celestial masters could penetrate the past and the future in an instant and kill everything in the world. This. Many celestial masters from the outer domain widened their eyes and said dumbfoundedly. They had already guessed that the battle between the two sides would break out at any moment, and casualties were inevitable. But just now they thought that it might be a stalemate. Now, Yi Shiwen instantly shattered their previous assertions. It was more or less like a slap in the face. However, what really shocked them was that perhaps they had been locked up for too long. They were already a little unable to adapt to Yi Shiwen's decisive style of killing. It was normal for them to kill others decisively, but if others also showed them such a bloody scene, it was a little unbearable for them. Wild Beast Master and Feathered Serpent Master were also stunned. At this time, they had just killed all the 3,000 martial arts incarnations released by Yi Shiwen. The whole process didn't take much time at all. It was very short. But even so, when they came back to their senses, undeserved Supreme Sage had actually been slain. This young junior was simply too tyrannical. Honest Sage Venerable's body exploded into pieces. His entire body's flesh and blood were completely burned into ashes by a group of flames. After Yi Shiwen's injuries were triggered, it couldn't be stopped at all. Not even a trace was left. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little pity. The corpse of a celestial master was such a precious treasure. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep it, but fortunately there were others. Yi Shiwen turned around. His eyes were as cold as lightning. He stared at Venerable Feathered Snake and Venerable Wild Beast as if he was looking at ice-cold corpses. Venerable Feathered Serpent and Venerable Wild Beast revealed a shocked and angry expression on their faces. Yi Shiwen had dared to treat them as if they were dead. It was a great humiliation. Brat, killing a seriously injured Heavenly Master is nothing. Now, I will let you understand that we are not to be trifled with. Venerable Wild Beast shouted loudly. The injuries left behind by Yi Shiwen had almost recovered by now. He could finally attack again. A strange power was surging in his body. Suddenly, a devil godlike figure emerged from the endless flesh and blood on his body. It surrounded Yi Shiwen from the front and back. The aura of time was flowing on this figure. It had traces of the passage of time. It was incomparably terrifying and extremely powerful. This incarnation is not simple. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. Venerable martial artist, don't think that you are the only one who can release your Taoist incarnation. Your Taoist incarnation pales in comparison to mine. Venerable Wild Beast revealed a cold smile on his face. Soon, Yi Shiwen's face revealed a cold smile because he had already understood that this Venerable Wild Beast's incarnation was indeed not like his martial arts incarnation. It was purely formed by martial arts will incarnation. Instead, it was nurtured by his blood essence. It was a bit like Yi Shiwen's Sword Master's incarnation. It was just that it didn't have the independent power like Yi Shiwen's Sword Master's incarnation. But in this kind of battle, it could erupt with great power. Roar! That incomparably huge figure roared, and then rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill. Even if there is another incarnation, so what? You are still going to die today. Yi Shiwen roared and slapped out with his palm. It turned into a monstrous giant hand, and then slapped down fiercely. The mad beast Venerable's doppelganger, which was like a demon god, was blown away on the spot. Form the 3 talents formation. At this time, Venerable Feathered Serpent roared and took the lead, stepping on the first position. Behind him, Venerable Wild Beast and his incarnation stood side by side, forming a huge 3 talents formation. With the power of the formation, they blasted towards Yi Shiwen. At this time, they could also see that they might not be Yi Shiwen's opponent if they fought alone. So, the 3 of them formed a 3 talents formation and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was fearless and domineering. He directly killed his way into the 3 talents formation. From the corner of his eyes, he had already caught a glimpse of Emperor Primordial Chaos recovering at an astonishing speed. In this case, there was not much time left for him. Not to mention, there was still Great Sun Heavenly Master and Undying Evil Master further away. He did not know when they would appear. The 3 talents formation displayed by 3 Heavenly Master level experts was unparalleled. Even if they had never cooperated before, they could burst out with tacit understanding that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I don't care how much power you have. Die! Yi Shiwen was not afraid. He did not have that much time to suppress them. There was only one choice left. Universe Creation Palm. Facing the 3 people who surrounded him with the 3 talents formation, Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. He did not hesitate to display the Universe Creation Palm on the spot. Boom! Suddenly, it was like a surging river. Endless waves covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as turbulent as the sea. The interweaving and formation of the laws had no effect here at all. Yi Shiwen's palm was like a boulder that had been thrown into the water, setting off a monstrous tide. The terrifying power made the 3 people who had formed the 3 talents formation feel as if the world was going to be destroyed. They had never seen a more terrifying power than this. However, they felt that no more terrifying power could be compared to this. It was unparalleled, and it couldn't be compared to this. It made them feel even more terrifying. Their chi and blood were shaken, especially the incarnation of Venerable Wild Beast, which was unstable and showed signs of dispersing. It's just one blow. Even the 3 people who formed the 3 talents formation are no match for him? Could the Universe Creation Palm really be so terrifying? Many heavenly sovereigns from the other regions involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air, although they also recognized the Fortune Creation Heavenly Monarch as the #1 expert in the world. In reality, it was because the Fortune Creation Heavenly Monarch was truly invincible. Even the top experts of the outer domain who had dominated the world were defeated by him. However, they did not feel that the martial arts of the Fate Creation Heaven Lord were so terrifying. If the Fate Creation Heaven Lord used it, he would naturally be invincible. He could overturn rivers and seas. However, it was not the Fate Creation Heaven Lord. It was Yi Shiwen. In terms of actual realm, he was much weaker than them. How could he still have such terrifying combat power? Rumble. Yi Shiwen's Universe Creation Palm fell. The power of this palm shook the 3 talents formation on the spot. The entire 3 talents formation was already on the verge of collapse. Yi Shiwen's palm was extremely powerful. Now, a corner of the 3 talents formation had collapsed. Naturally, it was the weakest corner, which was the incarnation of Venerable Wild Beast. In front of Yi Shiwen's Universe Creation Palm, he was too weak. His combat power that was comparable to an ordinary heavenly master could not be reflected here. That was because Venerable Wild Beast's chi and blood were insufficient. How could he be fully supplied? Boom! An enormous explosion resounded. The Mad Beast Sovereign's avatar let out a miserable shriek, and then his body exploded into a rain of blood that rained down from the sky. Although his combat power was comparable to a heavenly master, he was not a heavenly master after all. It was impossible for him to disperse and reassemble. He was not like Yi Shiwen's sword master, who could almost be treated as an independent cultivator. If he dispersed, he would disperse. The three talents formation was broken. Venerable feathered serpent and venerable wild beast immediately suffered a huge backlash. The more they invested in this kind of formation, the more they would gain. However, once the formation was broken, the more backlash they would suffer. Although the three talents formation could greatly increase the strength of the three people, there was still a limit. Once the limit was reached, everything would turn into ashes. Both of them only felt that their chi and blood were surging uncontrollably. They almost vomited blood. Good opportunity, now is the time. Yi Shiwen seized this opportunity. Rays of light instantly appeared under his feet. He suddenly rushed to the front of the two. Almost at the same time, he stretched out his hands, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and blasted out fiercely. 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying fist energy turned into 6 paths of reincarnation and suppressed the two fiercely. If the two were in good condition, this move might not be effective. However, at this time, both of them were dizzy from the backlash of the three talents formation. Their chi and blood were surging, and they were almost on the verge of injury. How could they stop the attack of this punch? Boom! Boom! The two of them were hit by the 2 punches almost at the same time. They flew out on the spot, spurting blood from their mouths. They felt like their bodies were falling apart. They suffered serious injuries, and the spiritual power in their bodies was about to explode uncontrollably. After blasting the 2 of them away with 1 punch, Yi Shiwen saw the 2 of them flying in different directions. He almost immediately made a decision. He strode forward and chased in the direction of venerable wild beast. A trample landed. His strength was already greatly reduced because his doppelganger was destroyed. Now he was seriously injured. How could venerable wild beast, who was in a worse situation, resist this trample? Boom! Then, before he could recover, Yi Shiwen's Avicii sword followed closely behind him and directly destroyed his primordial spirit. Yi Shiwen's Avicii sword didn't even have time to recover. Another one was killed. Chapter 3400. Wild Beast Lord also couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's attack and was killed. At this moment, the heavenly lords from the outer domain finally had the intention to take Yi Shiwen seriously. This junior was by no means a lucky one. He was indeed extraordinary. He killed 2 heavenly lords in a row. Many people with discerning eyes could see that Yi Shiwen's method wasn't anything special. He had merely used the universe creation palm to pave the way, and he had supplemented it with other lost techniques to kill. It was such a simple routine. However, it was impossible to resist. Especially the universe creation palm. It allowed Yi Shiwen to possess a super strong attack power that surpassed his own strength. Otherwise, with the strength of Wild Beast Lord and Sincere Sage, even if they weren't at their peak, they wouldn't be killed so easily. Oh no! Venerable Feathered Serpent resisted the surging blood and chi and retreated repeatedly. Sure enough, just as he retreated, the place where he was just standing was swept by a sword light and directly turned into nothingness. Whatever laws, space, time, everything was completely turned into nothingness under the sword. Unlike them, their chi and blood were insufficient. The more they fought, the weaker they became. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen's chi and blood were surging, and he didn't lack peerless medicinal herbs that could replenish chi. He had many creation Xian pills alone. Therefore, the more he fought, the stronger he would become. In this series of fights with heavenly lords, Yi Shiwen gained a lot of benefits. His understanding of the heavenly lord realm became deeper and deeper, and he was closer to breaking through to the 3rd realm. After killing 2 heavenly lords in a row, Venerable Feathered Serpent no longer had the foolish thought that Yi Shiwen couldn't kill them. This matter also changed from being in the bag, where there wouldn't be any problems, to being dangerous. Originally, they were the hunters who wanted to kill Yi Shiwen, but now the offensive and defensive situation had changed. The real hunter was Yi Shiwen. He could only delay now. Those heavenly lords who were originally unwilling to enter the battlefield saw Yi Shiwen's unparalleled killing methods and ruthless killing intent. How could they still be willing to enter the battlefield? Although the universe creation palm was good, they needed to be alive to enjoy it. It was obvious that Mad Beast Venerable and Honest Sacred Venerable didn't understand, which was why they ended up losing their lives. At this moment, he could only try his best to stall for time until Imperial Monarch Primordial Chaos recovered. Then, they might be able to protect themselves if they joined forces. Otherwise, even protecting themselves would be an extravagant hope. He retreated again and again. He didn't want to confront Yi Shiwen head-on. Firstly, he wanted to stall for time. Secondly, he wanted to buy enough time for his own recovery. Even if an Empyrean's recovery wasn't at its peak, it was still terrifying. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Yi Shiwen let out a long and loud shout. His body blossomed with 7 colored rays of light and soared into the sky. The world lost its color in an instant. Whether it was the sky, the earth, or anything else, everything was overshadowed in front of this blazing rays of light. Universe creation palm. Great sage, Yi Shiwen berated. At this moment, he was the only righteous god in the world. He had cut down all the demons. In the end, he couldn't see anything. He could only see a blazing expanse. It was vast and boundless. The power of the world was under the control of his palm. Damn it, I can't escape. Venerable Feathered Serpent was horrified to find that he couldn't move his body. The world principles were under Yi Shiwen's control. They had transformed into a cage around him. One by one, they emerged from a hidden place. They were like a big net and had trapped him. His plan to escape and stall for time had been foiled. At that moment, he really wanted to escape. As for Imperial Monarch Primordial Chaos, he didn't even consider it. According to Yi Shiwen's performance just now, he should hate Imperial Monarch Primordial Chaos to death. He shouldn't chase after him. But he never expected that Yi Shiwen really hated Imperial Monarch Primordial Chaos. But it didn't mean that he would let him go. The universe creation palm turned over. It was almost like the whole world had turned upside down. It was unparalleled. Boom! The heavens and the earth exploded, and the universe trembled. Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm directly turned into a sky full of light rain and scattered. 2 figures gradually emerged from it. One of them was naturally Yi Shiwen. He stood between the heavens and the earth like a god of creation, controlling everything. His expression was incomparably cold. Nothing in front of him could move him. Opposite him, Venerable Feathered Serpent's huge serpent tail had exploded. Blood was constantly dripping down from the sky. The reason why it didn't sprinkle all at once was that in the sky, the space had collapsed and appeared fragmented. The blood sprayed into the fragmented space, but it couldn't all fall. Venerable Feathered Serpent only had a human body left. He looked extremely embarrassed. He almost fell into a pool of blood. He had paid a great price to resist the universe creation palm. An extremely resentful look flashed in his eyes. Why wasn't he at his peak now? He was too weak when facing Yi Shiwen. His lower body, the huge serpent tail, was gradually recovering. But at this time, Yi Shiwen obviously wouldn't give him the chance. After the successful attack, he knew that it was the final moment. A big halberd appeared in his hand. It was none other than the big halberd that Honorable Sage Innocent had previously used. At this time, it had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hand. Of course, Yi Shiwen hadn't fully released the power of this big halberd, let alone the top-secret magical power and means contained in it. However, this was already enough for Yi Shiwen. He had thoroughly sealed the tool's spirit contained within it. Then he brandished it in his hand. It looked just like a divine weapon of the mortal world. It seemed as if a tiger was brandishing it. The wind quickly formed a violent storm. Only then did everyone see clearly that the wind was actually the craziness of the laws. Countless laws formed talismans, undulating up and down in the storm, constantly rotating. What a terrifying, monstrous power! Many Empyreans couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Using this halberd as an ordinary weapon wasn't a big deal in itself. However, the fact that it could wield such astonishing power was what shocked everyone the most. Die! Yi Shiwen shouted, and the big halberd in his hand slashed down. The sharp crescent moon drew a terrifying light in the sky and fell on Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake. This halberd technique was also superb. Although he hadn't had much contact with it, he had cultivated to this level, and it wasn't difficult for him to learn any kind of martial arts. Damn it! Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake roared and formed a cross with his hands. He used the back of his hands to receive this attack. Dense snake scales appeared on his arms, and each of these snake scales was extremely sturdy. In the outside world, they would be the best material for refining tools. Clang! There was a sound like metal colliding, and sparks splashed on Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake's arms. Both of Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake's arms were trembling. Although he had forcibly blocked this big halberd, the huge power couldn't be stopped. It directly dispersed into his hands, causing them to tremble. What was even more terrifying was that he discovered that Yi Shiwen was only using his right hand to wield the big halberd. He had used one hand to suppress both of his hands. This monstrous power was the most terrifying. Previously, everyone was attracted by the cosmic creation palm that he had displayed. No one had noticed that he had such a move. His physical cultivation was really terrifying, especially among the celestial masters. There were almost no flaws. Everyone's physical body was an extremely perfect Tao body. Those that weren't perfect had already turned into ashes in the heavens' retribution. How could they have the opportunity to enter the heavenly master realm? However, even so, it paled in comparison to Yi Shiwen. Could it be that his main direction of cultivation was the direction of the physical body, and not the comprehension of the great path? Although there were very few people who took such an extreme path, it wasn't that there weren't any. It was contrary to the mainstream direction of the comprehension of the great path. Countless thoughts emerged in Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake's mind. However, it only lasted for a moment. Then he was horrified to see Yi Shiwen's face, revealing a sneer. Then Yi Shiwen suddenly pulled the big halberd in his hand down. The sharp crescent blade directly tore the scales on the back of his hand. Puff! The crescent blade tore his scales and directly cut into his flesh. Blood splashed out. This was the horror of the celestial master Daotul. Even if it was used as an ordinary weapon, it could still tear apart all the defenses of a celestial master. Ah! Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake screamed. Then everyone saw that both of his arms that had formed a cross were chopped off by Yi Shiwen. The pair of hands fell to the ground, and suddenly set off thousands of feet of dust waves. It was as if two huge stars had smashed down. The power was unimaginable. The winner has been decided. Seeing this, everyone understood that the winner had been decided. It was impossible for Honorable Sage, Feathered Snake, to resist Yi Shiwen's next attack. Yi Shiwen brandished the heavenly halberd in his hand. He was about to launch a further sneak attack. However, Lord Feathered Serpent saw that he was about to be defeated. He was about to die, so he wasn't willing to give up. Revered martial artist, even if I die, I want you to be buried with me. Venerable Feathered Serpent suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted, and then released an intense burst of energy. His whole body was burning, and then transformed into a mouthful of blood-colored innate energy. It then transformed into a blood-colored airwave and swept towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura, and the heavenly halberd in his hand suddenly fell down, and directly chopped this blood chi into pieces on the spot. His arm was still trembling violently, and one could well imagine what kind of terrifying power he had encountered. If he had taken it with his bare hands, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Fortunately, the heavenly halberd and the boundless nature manifestation hand had dissipated most of the power. Honorable Sage Feathered Snake's face showed an extremely unwilling expression when he saw that his last attack had failed. In the end, he shattered and turned into ashes that filled the sky. Chapter 3401. Seeing Senior Feathered Serpent's final heroic attack failed and died tragically, many heavenly masters showed a look of sympathy. Senior Feathered Serpent was such a powerful figure that it was difficult to find an opponent in the world. But now he died here, in the hands of a junior of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Looking at Yi Shiwen's invincibility, they couldn't help but have the illusion that the waves behind pushed the waves ahead, and the waves ahead were about to die on the beach. Yi Shiwen became slightly vigilant. The means of these veteran celestial masters couldn't be underestimated. It was especially so when he was fighting against someone of a higher realm with a lower realm. He couldn't guarantee what kind of powerful means they had. He almost fell into Senior Feathered Serpent's trap just now. But now, 3 stumbling blocks were finally eradicated, and only one person was left. Emperor Primordial Chaos, it's your turn. There are no more obstacles between us. It's time to settle the scores of tens of thousands of years. Yi Shiwen's eyes were as cold as a knife, staring at Emperor Primordial Chaos, who was meditating on the other side. At this time, Emperor Primordius finally opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had mostly healed. His heart was cold to the extreme. He had watched the other 3 Empyreans die in order to buy enough time for himself. This was nothing to him. In fact, if it were Senior Feathered Serpent and the others, there wouldn't be much difference. It's just that compared to them, he seemed colder. When the 3 heavenly masters died, his state of mind didn't even fluctuate, let alone rescue them. You're really cold. They risked their lives to buy time for you, but you didn't even try to save them. Yi Shiwen said coldly, For them to be able to save me, it can be said that they died a worthy death. Emperor Primordial Chaos was unmoved. He had a heart of stone. These foreign heavenly masters usually fought with each other. At this time, it was just because of the cooperation between interests. Worthy death, ha ha ha, well said. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily, and the halberd in his hand slightly trembled. He was refining the halberd, and he had sealed the tool spirit of the halberd before forcibly using it. And now he was truly refining the halberd. It was just that his cultivation base had already reached a tyrannical level. He didn't need much preparation and could forcibly refine this ancient halberd. Tens of thousands of years ago, I would have never imagined that you would actually be able to reach your current level. Imperial Emperor Primordial Chaos easily admitted his mistake. He had made countless powerful enemies in his life. Putting aside those in the Fortune realm, he had also made many imperial emperors who had dominated the heavens and earth and dominated the world. Many of them had suffered at his hands, and many of them had even been played in the palm of his hand. The 10 people who had been appointed as emperor lords by him had indeed seemed very glorious at the time. However, looking at it now, wasn't it also a kind of tragedy? In fact, it wasn't just these people who had suffered under his hands. The previous emperor of the fallen angel clan, Yumo's teacher, the demon king, and many celestial venerables had all fallen in his hands. Some of them fled in a sorry state, struggling to catch their breath. Some of them were killed and became his food in the end. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen should be like the other imperial emperors who had been played in the palm of his hand and eventually died in his hands. However, the reality was not like this. Not only did Yi Shiwen escape from his control, but he also smashed the means that he had arranged for many years. He had failed twice in his life. Apart from that person, the junior in front of him was the biggest accident. However, compared to that person, this person was more terrifying and more aggressive. Life is too long. No one knows the future. Yi Shiwen faintly said. In that summer, the teenager who had crossed over had probably never thought that one day he would be able to reach such a level. He would stand above all living beings and become one of the few masters in the world. In fact, his future might even be more glorious. If I had known this long ago, I would have killed you even if I had to use all my chess pieces and not leave any future troubles. Unfortunately, there is nothing in this life except for if. Emperor Hunyuan also said with some emotion. In the countless years, the biggest thing he thought about was to survive, even if it was to live a life of hunger. In addition, his second wish was to get out of trouble. For these two wishes, he had racked his brains and used unscrupulous means. However, when he finally got out of trouble, he was greeted by his old enemy. That's right. Fate brought us to this point, so we have no choice. Today either you die or I die. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly burst out with a touch of brilliance. The heavenly halberd in his hand instantly burst out with terrifying rays of light. The blazing rays of light instantly covered the heaven and earth, and then turned into a long dragon that instantly chopped down. In the end, he still took the initiative to attack first. Just now, he was also very clear that Emperor Hunyuan was stalling for time. How could a person like him reminisce about the so-called past in a battle of this level? That fool had died countless years ago, but he still let him carry out the so-called reminiscence because he also needed time to refine the heavenly halberd. Now the time was finally up. The heavenly halberd in his hand suddenly struck, blooming a brilliant golden brilliance. All kinds of martial Tao traces danced in the air, and the laws were endless. This strike cut off time, and at the same time it collapsed the galaxy and the world was about to turn into powder. At this moment, Yi Shiwen had become extremely dangerous. On the other hand, Emperor Hunyuan slightly raised his hand, blooming endless chaotic energy, and directly blocked Yi Shiwen's attack. Yi Shiwen, you are very good, but you are still far from it. Emperor Hunyuan said coldly. How could this be? Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that Emperor Hunyuan's strength had suddenly increased by a lot, and his strength had directly risen to the terrifying third realm. Today is the day you die. As soon as Emperor Hunyuan's voice fell, a blood-colored spear appeared in his hand, and the spear turned around and shot straight at Yi Shiwen's face. Wallalala! Wherever the spear passed, the laws fluctuated violently, forming a terrible storm around it. And in the center of the storm was this spear. At this time, he truly displayed the supreme majesty and strength that belonged to a heavenly master. Compared to his previous dispirited and listless performance, it was far too different. Dang! At this critical moment, Yi Shiwen withdrew the heavenly halberd to defend himself. An astonishing sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks burst out in all directions, forming a terrible sea of fire. Dang, dang, dang! Yi Shiwen's figure retreated again and again. The sudden burst of power from Emperor Hunyuan forced him to retreat again and again. You want to fight? Yi Shiwen's eyes burst with a bright light. He immediately judged that Emperor Primordius's strength had increased by so much all of a sudden. He must be planning to go all out and erupt all of his martial power and life source here. Let's see how long you can last. After this battle, you will die. Humph. When the time comes, I will swallow your life source and blood essence. There will be no future troubles. Emperor Primordial Chaos's face finally revealed a somewhat ferocious expression. He had already made up his mind to swallow Yi Shiwen's life source and blood essence to make up for the losses he had suffered in this battle. Moreover, he could even advance further without any losses. Of course, the premise was that he could win. Swallow my life source and blood essence? Wait until you defeat me first. Yi Shiwen was fearless. He took a step forward and slashed down with the halberd in his hand. The halberd shone brightly, formed from the burning laws. Yi Shiwen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced bravely, directly rushing up to kill. The blood-colored spear in Emperor Hunyuan's hand stabbed out, clashing with Yi Shiwen. Dang! 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 There was a violent collision sound as the two sides quickly fought. Emperor Hunyuan, who had temporarily recovered part of his strength, displayed amazing combat strength. As a veteran heavenly master, his tyrannical strength completely broke out. The other heavenly masters showed a look of as expected on their faces. This should be the strength of a veteran emperor. The previous battle was too stifling. In such a battle, Yi Shiwen could only be at a disadvantage. He was more on the defensive than the offensive. Compared to the tyrannical battle tactics from before, it was no longer the same as before. Yi Shiwen, I will let you die with regret today. Emperor Hunyuan shouted, but his attacks did not stop for a moment. They continued to fall, and every time they collided, a terrible storm of laws would appear. Yi Shiwen was on the defensive. He did not answer because he knew very well what Emperor Hunyuan was thinking. He was clearly trying to divert his attention. A series of attacks came like a storm. Yi Shiwen was like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. But no matter how hard Emperor Hunyuan attacked, he couldn't break through Yi Shiwen's line of defense. In the beginning, many heavenly masters were still guessing when Yi Shiwen's defense would be broken. After a long time, they noticed that something was wrong, because Yi Shiwen seemed to be on the defensive, but in fact there was no danger of destruction. It just looked dangerous. The situation was very subtle. Soon, Emperor Hunyuan also saw that something was wrong, because according to his estimation, this series of attacks should have already successfully broken through Yi Shiwen's defense, or even killed him. However, the reality was not as smooth as he had expected. Yi Shiwen's defense was like an iron wall that could not be broken. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he was instantly shocked, and he immediately withdrew his attack. Chapter 3402. Emperor Primordial Chaos seemed to have thought of something, and he retreated again and again, withdrawing his attack. Using defense as offense, you want to exhaust my vitality. Emperor Primordial Chaos's eyes widened as he scolded. He knew that his vitality was insufficient. Raising it to the peak would certainly allow his combat power to soar, but his endurance would plummet. At that time, it would be Yi Shiwen's time to counterattack. But the problem was that he understood this principle, but he couldn't avoid it. This was his fatal flaw, and he couldn't make up for it. You only realized it now? But I didn't think it would take until that time. Yi Shiwen roared and instantly released 3,000 martial arts from his body, surrounding Emperor Primordial Chaos, not giving him any chance to escape. You think you can stop me with just this? Emperor Primordial Chaos roared, and the blood-colored spear in his hand kept pointing. Every time he pointed, several, even dozens of martial arts incarnations would explode. Humph. Yi Shiwen just snorted coldly, and he didn't say anything. The heavenly halberd in his hand suddenly slashed down. The crescent moon slashed down, as if it was cutting off the world. Emperor Primordial Chaos looked up, and the spear in his hand pierced out, meeting the heavenly halberd. Clang! A huge roar exploded in the sky, turning into a terrifying sonic boom that spread in all directions. However, this attack was just the beginning, and it wasn't the end. Yi Shiwen lightly stretched his arms, and then suddenly pressed down. In an instant, the momentum of the heavens reversed, and a blazing light erupted, causing his great Tao to sublimate and shatter the world. Didn't you want to seize the universe creation palm? I'll let you see the power of the universe creation palm now. This palm fell, raised to the limit, and his palm was almost burning in order to burst out such a terrifying attack. Emperor Primordial Chaos roared, and all the vitality in his body was concentrated to the extreme. His body emitted countless visions, and instead of advancing, he retreated to meet Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm. Yi Shiwen, do you think this is the same as before? Emperor Primordial Chaos raised his strength to the limit in one breath, and forcibly took this palm. Boom! As this palm fell, Emperor Primordius felt the blood in his entire body boiling up and rolling up and down. The universe creation palm was simply too terrifying. It could actually allow Yi Shiwen to erupt with such terrifying combat power. However, he wasn't as powerless as before. The effect of raising his qi and blood for a short period of time was finally fully unleashed. "Emperor Hunyuan, come again!" Yi Shiwen didn't stop in the slightest. He flipped his palm and slapped down again. At this time, Yi Shiwen was also determined. Although the best way was to delay the primordial Chaos Emperor's vital energy and blood exhaustion, the heavens obviously wouldn't give him so much time. The return of Great Sun and undying evil deity was just around the corner. He didn't have that much time. At this moment, the king-level dragon vein in his body also started to burn. Compared to the beginning, it was a tenth less. When Yi Shiwen was in the Emperor realm, he still felt that this incomplete king-level dragon vein was a little inexhaustible. He felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to exhaust it. But now, in just a short battle, this incomplete king-level dragon vein had significantly shrunk. This consumption was shocking enough, but he had no other choice. This was the price of erupting beyond his realm. It couldn't be sustained for long, but it could be used for a short period of time. Although it was only for a short period of time, it was enough for him. Again, a look of horror flashed in Emperor Primordius' eyes. He was very clear that to use a martial art like the universe creation palm, especially to erupt with such power, it would require a huge price. Every palm might require a huge amount of resources and wealth. It wasn't something an ordinary person could easily use. But looking at Yi Shiwen's situation, it wasn't just 1 or 2 palms. The wealth of his family was simply astonishing. Even when he was at his peak, he might not have dared to use the universe creation palm at will. It was only a short few tens of thousands of years. Obviously, he had a great encounter in the fortune realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. But at this time, he didn't have time to lament about Yi Shiwen's many encounters, because the universe creation palm slapped down again. Boom! Emperor Primordius directly stabbed the spear in his hand, blasting on Yi Shiwen's palm. He wanted to stab Yi Shiwen's palm on the spot, but he was blocked by the boundless nature palm, unable to take a step forward. With the protection of the boundless nature palm, Yi Shiwen was like a fish in water when he used it. Moreover, he could also release the power of the universe creation palm, which had a bonus effect. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have been so surprised back then. Buzz! The spear in Emperor Primordius' hand emitted a buzzing sound. Obviously, it was under great pressure. Emperor Primordius also took a few steps back before he finally dispelled this force. His chest felt a surge of blood, and he almost couldn't hold his breath and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Emperor Primordius could easily judge that the power of the second palm had increased a lot compared to the first palm at the beginning. With his shrewdness and intelligence, he immediately understood the reason behind it. Yi Shiwen didn't want to wait for the great sun, heavenly lord, and the undying evil lord to return. These people's realms were indeed high, but what use was it? They didn't have enough blood, and the strength they could display was less than 1 in 10. Only the great sun, heavenly lord, and the undying evil lord at their peak could threaten him, especially the undying evil lord, whose realm was even higher than Yi Shiwen's. This was the biggest problem for him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Since when did he become a soft persimmon in the eyes of others? But such thoughts only came out for a moment, and then disappeared without a trace. With his state of mind, it was impossible for him to be affected by such a thing. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's third palm had already fallen, so he had no choice but to go all out. This kind of fighting method was simple and crude, and it was simply to suppress the opponent with the power of the universe creation palm. Unfortunately, he had no way to break it. The simplest and most direct way was to break it with force. But now, the situation was not in his favor, and he could only forcefully endure. He knew Yi Shiwen's plan, but he didn't dare to dispel the power and blood he had raised. If he didn't do so, he might be killed by Yi Shiwen in a shorter time. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen seemed to have gone mad, and he kept dropping the universe creation palm. This kind of invincible power made many of the surrounding heavenly lords feel a chill down their spine. This kind of simple and crude fighting method was the most troublesome, because there was no way to solve it. He could only resist, and under such a situation where he had been imprisoned for so many years. Puff! After a series of collisions, Emperor Primordius finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a sky full of blood rain. Not good. Imperial Emperor Hun Yuan exclaimed in his heart. He felt the world spin around him. As he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, the power and momentum that he had raised were completely destroyed in an instant. As the saying goes, once it dissipated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and fled into the distance, forcefully enduring the dizzying feeling of the world spinning around him. "Wanna leave?" Yi Shiwen's eyes burst with a terrifying light. He had used the universe creation palm many times in order to obtain such an opportunity. He had also consumed a lot of Dragon Vein's spirit energy. So, how could he fall short of success at the last step? What was the difference between that and a crushing defeat? One more strike, universe creation palm. Yi Shiwen backhanded and struck down. This palm condensed to the size of an ordinary palm, and it looked like it was flowing with a jade-colored light. But it was such an unremarkable palm that directly pierced through the space of this continent, broke out of the millions of miles of black cracks, and then fell on Emperor Primordius's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the big palm fell on Emperor Primordius's body. Puff! Emperor Primordius immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, and then his whole body was torn apart, turning into a sky full of blood rain. It was already very difficult to resist, and at this time he suddenly couldn't protect the life essence, and was suddenly shattered. Moreover, he was beaten into a ball of blood rain, and not even a piece of his body could be preserved. It could be seen how terrifying Yi Shiwen's palm strike was at this time. Rumble. The entire world rumbled. This palm strike seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to injure the primordial chaos sovereign, who was an extremely powerful existence. This blood rain that filled the sky scattered into the distance at an astonishing speed. This was Emperor Primordius trying to escape. Although for an Empyrean, any drop of blood or cell could be reborn. In that case, even if he was reborn, his vitality would be greatly damaged and his cultivation would be greatly reduced. Therefore, he could only flee with his body that had turned into a rain of blood. He was reluctant to give up the cultivation and accumulation he had accumulated over the years. Yi Shiwen only sneered as he saw this. His 5 fingers formed a fist, and endless golden light leaked out from between his fingers. This golden light instantly formed a 6 paths wheel that ruthlessly pressed down. "I'll send you to Samsara." As the 6 paths wheel smashed into Emperor Primordius, it instantly annihilated countless Empyrean Primordius's primordial spirits. Originally, it was extremely difficult to destroy an Empyrean's primordial spirit, but at this time it was different. His mortal body had already been smashed to pieces. Without the protection of his mortal body, in a battle of the same level, only death awaited him. The primordial spirit was a person, and the mortal body was a ship. Without the protection of a ship, how could a person's strength contend with the raging winds and torrential waves? "I'm not willing." Emperor Primordius screamed as he was directly annihilated. Chapter 3403. Even if Emperor Hunyuan's spirit was strong enough to cross the long river of the Great Way with his spirit, he couldn't block Yi Shiwen's punch. How could the ordinary Great Way storm compare to Yi Shiwen's all-out attack? Emperor Primordial Chaos is dead. Emperor Primordial Chaos is dead. Many people's eyes widened. Although there were already signs and trends when Yi Shiwen killed Honest Sage, when they saw Emperor Primordial Chaos die in Yi Shiwen's hands, they still felt a sense of sympathy for the loss of a rabbit. with a younger generation now all so powerful and terrifying. Yi Shiwen annihilated the primordial Chaos Emperor's soul with a single punch. Then he grabbed the scattered blood rain from his corporeal body and put it into his inner world. Soon he reverted to the appearance of the primordial Chaos Emperor. However, he no longer had a soul. Only a corpse remained. Yi Shiwen floated in the sky. His expression didn't change, but he finally heaved a sigh of relief. His mortal enemy of tens of thousands of years was finally resolved. In his state of mind, a huge stone that was pressing down on his heart disappeared without a trace. There was no longer a shadow. Even though he didn't say anything, Emperor Hunyuan's strength still put a huge psychological pressure on him. Now, such psychological pressure was swept away. It was no longer a shadow in his heart. This made him faintly feel like he was about to make a breakthrough in his realm. Am I going to break through to the third realm soon? It seems like it won't be long. Yi Shiwen's face showed some joy. He originally thought that he would have to rely on the calamity breaking incense to break through to the third realm. But now, it seemed that with the breakthrough in his state of mind brought by killing Emperor Hunyuan, it was only a matter of time for him to break through to the third realm. Although he paid a huge price this time, the series of universe creation palm consumed more than 1/3 of his incomplete king level dragon vein. This was just the consumption of a battle. If this continued, even this incomplete king level dragon vein wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Shiwen's astonishing usage speed. In general, it was still worth it. If he let Emperor Hunyuan escape, then he might have to pay a bigger price to eliminate him in the future, and he might not succeed. But what made him a little depressed was that these heavenly masters were poorer than the other. During this long life of imprisonment, they had already devoured most of the resources that could be devoured. What was left was some wealth that couldn't be consumed, which could make up for Yi Shiwen's consumption. Yi Shiwen looked around. The only gain was a talisman called Taotai Decree in Emperor Hunyuan's inner world. Through this Taotai Decree, Emperor Hunyuan could directly transform those emperors and even heavenly masters captured by him into life source. He could directly devour them to replenish life source and increase his own power. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It should be known that both emperors and heavenly masters had laws to protect them. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to refine them. Even if it could be done, it would take a lot of time and a lot of supplementary materials. However, this Taotai Decree was different. It could be directly devoured. This Emperor Hunyuan obtained this Taotai Decree in the past. He continuously devoured strong opponents along the way, constantly cooperating with them. He refined them into his own power through the primordial true power and advanced by leaps and bounds. Later, he broke through to the Emperor realm and Heavenly Master realm. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Gate tribulation, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed and eventually killed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen couldn't search his memories. However, he could still infer a lot of information from his usual records. Emperor Hunyuan had inquired about this Taotai Decree ever since he had obtained it. This Taotai Decree didn't seem to belong to any powerhouse that he knew so far. Yi Shiwen couldn't find it in his memories. It could even be traced back to an earlier time, before the Fortune God dynasty was established. However, he didn't know which super powerhouse it belonged to. It might even be an innate product. The establishment of the Fortune God dynasty had established a stable world. But at the same time, too many secrets were buried. With the flow of time, perhaps even the heavenly masters of the Fortune God dynasty didn't know many things. But no matter what, for Yi Shiwen, this Taotai Decree was the biggest harvest. With this Taotai Decree, he could completely refine the body of Emperor Hunyuan into the source of life and use it to increase his own power. In fact, it could even greatly shorten his practice time. Nowadays, experts were emerging in large numbers, and the older generation had returned. The calm before the storm was just like the calm before the storm. Yi Shiwen's hope of self-preservation was even greater now that he had this method. He might even be able to gain a foothold in the changing situation in the future. This was his greatest hope. After looking around, Yi Shiwen didn't stay here for long. He stepped on a ray of light and disappeared from the sight of many heavenly masters. At this time, many heavenly masters were slightly panting. At this time, they realized that they were overwhelmed by Yi Shiwen's aura. For them, this was simply an impossible miracle. However, it had indeed happened now. It wasn't just because of the formidable strength that Yi Shiwen had displayed. What truly terrified them was the fact that Yi Shiwen had killed without batting an eyelid. How could they not feel a chill in their hearts when they considered themselves as the seniors of Yi Shiwen? Not long after Yi Shiwen left, two figures came directly on a ray of light. Who else could it be but Heavenly Master Great Sun and Undying Evil Master? Both of them felt that there was a fierce battle here. It was because they felt it that they hurried back. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already ended. This was completely out of their expectations. How could a battle between heavenly masters end so easily, unless the difference in combat strength was too great? Although these heavenly masters had been trapped for many years, their strength was still not something that ordinary people could compare to. How was this possible? At first, Heavenly Master Great Sun thought that these old fellows who had escaped were fighting to settle old grudges. But when they asked about the situation, Heavenly Master Great Sun was immediately shocked. Although he had received a warning from Purple Scorpion Old Ancestor and thought that he had raised his vigilance against Yi Shiwen to the highest level, he now realized that it was far from enough. Those were 4 heavenly masters. Although they weren't at their peak, they were already the top combat strength. They didn't fight one by one, but joined forces. Yet they were completely defeated by Yi Shiwen. How much effort did it take before they were completely annihilated? If it were him, it would be impossible to do it, and they had become heavenly masters at the same time. The difference between them was only 10,000 years. But it was in this 10,000 years, or even less than 10,000 years, that the gap between them had already widened to such an extent. Yi Shiwen didn't know much about these foreign heavenly masters who were killed by him. He even had a limited understanding of the Fortune God dynasty, let alone the foreign heavenly masters. However, for Heavenly Master Great Sun, they were all famous seniors. In the foreign heavenly masters, who knew how many people grew up listening to the legends of these matchless powerhouses, especially those who had inheritances like him, they often heard about some matchless powerhouses, and among them were the few that were killed by Yi Shiwen. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat any of them. Although it was not to the extent of being beaten up by Yi Shiwen in their current weakened state, it could only be said that they could barely protect themselves. It was simply impossible to defeat them, but Yi Shiwen did it. And not only did he defeat one of them, but he also killed all 4 of them. For a celestial master, it was more than 10 times more difficult to kill than to defeat. However, Yi Shiwen had accomplished it in a short period of time. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he thought of the disparity in strength that this represented. At this time, he carefully recalled the previous battle with Yi Shiwen. Not only did Yi Shiwen not use his full strength, but he also defeated him effortlessly, and his offensive didn't even pose any real threat to Yi Shiwen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, it was under the environment of cooperation between the two sides. If it were in other circumstances, perhaps he would have died in Yi Shiwen's hands on the spot. Based on the current situation that Yi Shiwen was showing, it was really possible. He was definitely a cruel and merciless person. At this moment, he really felt that what his master said was right. Fortunately, this time he didn't intend to pretend to agree, but secretly oppose. With Yi Shiwen's character, it was really possible that he would kill him halfway and get rid of him together. Thinking of this, the eyes of the undying evil Lord flickered constantly. Because of fear, because of anger. And next to him, the undying evil Lord had a somewhat playful smile on his face. He had stayed in the Fortune God dynasty for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was later exposed, he would have probably continued to hide. Therefore, his perspective of consideration was also different from the ordinary heavenly masters. Wu Zun, a little interesting. Yi Shiwen left the battlefield and immediately returned to the eastern continent to rescue the heavenly masters of the Fortune God dynasty who were trapped in it, getting rid of an incomparable old enemy. Yi Shiwen could be said to have put down a big stone in his heart. Naturally, he entered into rescue mode wholeheartedly, taking people's money to eliminate disasters. Yi Shiwen had received a lot of benefits previously. Now, it was finally time to help people eliminate disasters. When Yi Shiwen left, the war elder had already rescued many heavenly masters of the Fortune God dynasty. After Yi Shiwen joined the rescue, the speed of the heavenly masters of the Fortune God dynasty was greatly accelerated. After a full 3 days, the heavenly masters of the Fortune God dynasty who were trapped in the eastern continent were finally all rescued, and they also embarked on the road back. Chapter 3404. 3 days later, Yi Shiwen and War Lord rescued the celestial masters who were trapped in the path of creation. Led by Celestial Master Vast Cloud, they followed Yi Shiwen and War Lord on their return journey. Since Yi Shiwen dealt with Emperor Primordial Chaos and the others very quickly, Warlord only rescued a few celestial masters when he returned. Due to Yi Shiwen's participation, the speed at which the two rescued the celestial masters had undoubtedly sped up a lot. When Yi Shiwen returned, even Emperor Primordial Chaos was taken aback. He was already prepared that Yi Shiwen might not make it back in time. After all, he also knew that Yi Shiwen went to kill a celestial master. Such a battle could drag on for any length of time. When a celestial master was angry, the earth and mountains would shake, the weather would change, and the galaxy would tremble. How could it end so easily? But now, Yi Shiwen returned in such a short time. This couldn't help but make him feel shocked. Looking at Yi Shiwen's appearance, he must have successfully killed Emperor Primordial Chaos. Otherwise, it shouldn't be like this. In his heart, he had a clearer understanding of Yi Shiwen's unfathomable skills. But what he didn't know was that Yi Shiwen didn't just kill Emperor Primordial Chaos. That was only a celestial master he killed on this trip. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought so simply. Perhaps he would have been extremely shocked. These celestial masters were trapped in various parts of this continent for many years. They didn't move for tens of thousands of years. They tried their best to maintain the lowest consumption and delay for time. Now their delay was finally over. When they saw Yi Shiwen and War Lord appear, even those celestial masters with incomparably firm minds had a look of surprise on their faces. Soon, the team became bigger and bigger. The people in this team were basically famous big shots in the Fortune God dynasty. Any one of them was a big shot that shocked the world. Both of them had left behind a legendary story in the Fortune Divine dynasty. Most of them had seen or at least heard of the existence of Warlord, but they really didn't know anything about Yi Shiwen. In their memories, they didn't even have the slightest bit of information about Yi Shiwen. Later, he learned from Zhanzun that Yi Shiwen came from the myriad heavens. Moreover, he had been cultivating for 10,000 years. This made those celestial masters, who were used to seeing life and death, sigh with emotion. With their eyesight, how could they not see that Yi Shiwen's performance didn't seem like that of someone who had just entered the celestial master realm, especially when he was rescuing them? He had displayed many martial arts and magical powers at his fingertips. It was as if he had already entered this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. In many people's hearts, this name was silently engraved in their minds. Yi Shiwen, a junior, had left a deep impression in their hearts with just a few words. Since they had cultivated to this level, it was naturally impossible for them to differentiate themselves based on the previous generation. However, they could still maintain the idea of being high and mighty because there was still a big gap between them and Yi Shiwen at this time. However, after a few more years, everything would be completely different. They were also very clear on this point. Therefore, even if they were older and had a higher cultivation level, the Heavenly Venerables did not underestimate this person in front of them. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen came to rescue them. In any case, they owed him a favor. Although it couldn't be considered as a life-saving grace, it was more or less the same. After confirming that everyone had been rescued, they finally embarked on their return journey. For these celestial masters, they also had mixed feelings. This place used to carry their hopes of obtaining good fortune. However, now it had become a cage that imprisoned them for countless years. Now that they had to leave, they couldn't tell what kind of feelings they had in their hearts. It was just that their mood was definitely not the same as before. Everyone quickly came to the ferry and collided with the Heavenly Venerables from the outer domain, who had also returned from rescuing people. Under normal circumstances, when the Heavenly Venerables from both sides met, it would be inevitable that there would be a big battle. However, now both sides tacitly chose to be silent and didn't fight. They, who were already not at their peak, couldn't bear the price of such a big fight. Were they going to die here after being rescued? Although they didn't fight, they still tacitly divided into two groups. The two camps faced each other from afar. But soon, the Heavenly Venerables of the Fortune God dynasty discovered that something was wrong. This was because they discovered that the Heavenly Venerables from the outer domain were more or less focused on Yi Shiwen, which made them feel very strange. Why did such a situation occur? It seemed completely illogical. In particular, their gazes were either filled with amazement, resentment, or vigilance. This was definitely not ordinary attention. Naturally, they were very puzzled in their hearts. However, they quickly learned what these Heavenly Venerables from the outer domain were doing through other means. After secretly passing information to each other, even they couldn't help but pay more attention to Yi Shiwen. Originally, they just thought that Yi Shiwen was just a new, powerful junior in recent years. However, now they really discovered that this junior was simply too powerful. Which one of the Heavenly Venerables that he killed wasn't famous. Even they had heard of them. Even they didn't have complete confidence in winning against one of them. But now, 4 of them actually died in Yi Shiwen's hands. This made their evaluation of Yi Shiwen rise to another level. Such a person already had the potential to be on an equal footing with them in the future. Now he already had the ability to threaten them. This situation couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Many people looked at Yi Shiwen in a different way. Yi Shiwen naturally didn't know that the Heavenly Venerables were secretly passing information to each other. However, when he saw the look in those Heavenly Venerables' eyes, he could more or less guess what was going on. However, he didn't care. At this point, there was no point in hiding his strength and biding his time. After all, in this world, one's fist spoke louder. With the return of this batch of Heavenly Venerables, the situation of the entire Fortune realm would also undergo earth-shaking changes. Whether it was the Fortune God dynasty or the outer domain, their strength would greatly increase. Wu Zun, you actually dared to violate our agreement and kill my outer domain Heavenly Venerables. Suddenly, Heavenly Venerable Great Sun roared. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. The sound waves swept towards Yi Shiwen like a wild knife. Yi Shiwen just glanced at it indifferently. This wild knife of sound waves dissipated without a trace. It couldn't even get close to him. Heavenly Venerables were the rulers of this world. Wherever they looked, all darkness dissipated and all evildoers perished. When they opened their eyes, they created the world. When they closed their eyes, they destroyed the world. They had incredible power. So what? Do you want to fight? Yi Shiwen looked at Heavenly Venerable Great Sun indifferently. This time, there won't be any master to save you. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. Heavenly Venerable Great Sun's face flushed red. Everyone immediately understood. This Heavenly Venerable Great Sun must have fought with Yi Shiwen previously and suffered a crushing defeat. For him to be pushed to this point, it could only be a crushing defeat and not something like a narrow defeat. Yi Xuan glanced at Heavenly Venerable, Great Sunday. He had no intention of saying anything. This Heavenly Venerable Great Sun was just relying on undying evil Lord's presence to regain some face. It would be best if he could put a big hat on Yi Xuan and make him bear the crime of starting a war between two factions. This was a good idea. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand. To Emperor, Emperors, and cultivators below the Emperor realm, starting a war that would result in the destruction of both sides was a huge crime. But to rulers like the Heavenly Venerables, this was nothing. In order to survive, Emperor Primordial Chaos and the others had killed countless Emperors on the path of creation. Who would dare to criticize them? Who could criticize them? The so-called destruction of life was just a noun to these Heavenly Venerables. There were countless living beings in the creation realm. The death of tens of billions was just a drop in the bucket. If killing tens of billions of living beings could increase their cultivation by a realm, then they would likely do the same. To these Heavenly Venerables, not all of them, but most of them had the Great Tao as their number one goal. In order to obtain creation, they would do anything. The hatred between the two factions was as deep as the sea. It wasn't a natural hatred. From the perspective of the living beings at the bottom, it was to fight for survival space. To these Heavenly Venerables, it was to fight for resources that they spontaneously formed the two factions. In fact, it was unknown how many forces were divided within the two factions, and the people who decided all of this were none other than these Heavenly Venerables. So these accusations were nothing to these Heavenly Venerables. Heavenly Venerable's Great Sun was still too young. He, who had never truly reached the peak, wouldn't understand this point. But Yi Xuan was different. Although he was much younger than Heavenly Venerable's Great Sun, he had once ruled over the heavens and realms. He was high above, and all living beings submitted to him. He understood the principles of governance and the principles of each faction. As for the other outer domain, Heavenly Venerables, they were all looking down on the ground. It wasn't that they couldn't tell that the Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, had the intention of borrowing power. If they were to send themselves to his doorstep now, they would really be stupid. If it was just an unimportant person, it wouldn't matter. But this guy in front of them had just slaughtered 4 famous Heavenly Venerables in their faction a few days ago. They also didn't want to lose their lives against such a ruthless guy who wasn't stingy with killing at the most critical time. For a moment, the entire scene was silent. It was like a vicious slap to the face of Heavenly Venerable's Great Sun. Chapter 3405. Perhaps the Great Sun, Heavenly Venerate, didn't expect that his words would be completely useless. He originally thought that with the deep hatred between the two camps, a fight would break out soon. That damned Wu Zun would definitely be the target of public criticism and wouldn't be able to escape death. However, he had completely underestimated the wily old foxes of the outer domain, Heavenly Venerates. Many of them might have a fiery temper, but it was absolutely impossible to say that they were fools. To the Heavenly Venerates, everything else was secondary. Everything was in service of their advancement to the highest Tao. In order to force the Fortune God dynasty to release the Good Fortune Key, the Heavenly Venerates of the Fortune God dynasty dared to join forces with the outer domain Heavenly Venerates to fight against the rulers of the Fortune God dynasty. One could imagine what was truly important in their hearts. The outer domain Heavenly Venerates looked at the Great Sun, Heavenly Venerate, and then looked at Yi Xuan. They couldn't help but shake their heads. They had also entered the Heavenly Venerate realm at about the same time. However, apart from the difference in strength, the most important thing was the difference in mentality and vision. In particular, those who had friendly relations with old ancestor, Purple Scorpion, shook their heads repeatedly. Although the Great Sun, Heavenly Venerate, seemed to be not bad, and his noble background had allowed him to cultivate smoothly until now. However, as the saying goes, it's not afraid of not knowing what's good, it's afraid of comparing goods. In comparison, the Great Sun, Heavenly Venerate, seemed completely weak. There was no comparison at all. However, they could only suppress such thoughts. After all, the great sun, Heavenly Venerate, was already outstanding enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Heavenly Venerate realm. It could only be said that Yi Shiwen's performance was too monstrous to the point that even they were amazed. However, the great sun, Heavenly Venerate, didn't step forward to fight. He had fought once before, and the result wouldn't be any different if they fought again. He could only forcefully swallow his pride. There was no other choice. Both sides sat cross-legged on the ferry. There was no further communication, and no conflict broke out. Instead, they quietly waited for the arrival of the ferry. They weren't unfamiliar with that ferry. Suddenly, a thick fog appeared on the entire sea. Everyone stood up at once and looked over. Sure enough, after the fog passed, an incomparably huge ferry appeared in front of them. So. Everyone strode forward and appeared on the ferry. According to the original camp, they were divided into two groups, east and west. There were also different divisions within the camp. Those who were closer to each other naturally sat closer to each other. Not long after everyone sat down, the ship began to turn around, cleaving through the waves on the other side of the coast, just like it had been doing for millions of years. When the ship was less than halfway through, everyone suddenly opened their eyes. They seemed to have sensed something and quickly looked around. Sure enough, in the thick fog, a huge shadow appeared, constantly circling around the ship. This should have been a common sight because they had been here more than once or twice. However, this wasn't the case. Soon, they discovered that something was amiss. There were more and more shadows in the thick fog. Although not all of them were as large as mountains, the approaching shadows still made the Heavenly Venerates nervous. This isn't good. I'm afraid that the expulsion barrier on this ship won't be able to stop these things. A Heavenly Venerate suddenly said. They had traveled to this sea many times in the past, so they had many speculations about this ferry. According to their speculations, this ferry was most likely covered with an expulsion barrier. This barrier was capable of expelling those filthy things, making it impossible for them to approach it. No matter how much they wanted to approach it, they didn't dare to. They also knew of similar methods, but the effects and temples were obviously inferior to the ones on this ferry. Moreover, in this Sea of the Dead, even the Empyrean smelting trial was greatly limited. It was impossible for them to see through everything like they could in the outside world. They hadn't even figured out what the shadows outside the thick fog were. Some people speculated that they might be the undead, or that the top experts who had died here had turned into corpses. However, some people didn't agree. They were all top experts who had grasped the death and darkness laws. If this was the case, they shouldn't have been unable to sense it. However, now that the shadows were approaching, it meant that the expulsion barrier on this ferry was no longer effective. Or rather, it couldn't stop them. At this time, they also understood that it was because so many Heavenly Venerates had appeared on the ferry. The surging vitality had attracted these evil beings. In the Sea of the Dead, we can't do anything. But on this ferry, it will be their grave. A Heavenly Venerate said coldly. He wasn't afraid. They had gone on countless expeditions in their lives and killed countless powerful enemies. How could they be afraid of something like this? When they were alone, they wouldn't have the slightest bit of fear. Moreover, there were so many Heavenly Venerates present. It would be very simple for them to make a hole in the sky. What was there to be afraid of? Most importantly, this ferry could withstand the all-out attacks of Heavenly Venerates. This was a very inconceivable thing. After all, it was impossible for a world to completely withstand the all-out attacks of Heavenly Venerates and wantonly destruction. However, this ferry could do it. 2 Empyreans had once fought on it, but when they finished fighting, they discovered that the ship was still the same as before. There wasn't the slightest change. They couldn't help but suspect that this ferry was actually a magic treasure. They didn't know who refined this magic treasure in which era. Suddenly, after a strange cry, a blood-colored figure suddenly rushed over. Its target was Venerate Misty Cloud, who was sitting on the side of the ferry. However, Before this blood-red figure could approach Empyrean Misty Cloud, it was caught by a white palm. It was none other than Empyrean Misty Cloud. At this time, everyone saw that it was a monster that looked somewhat humanoid. However, it was crawling on all fours. There was no skin on its body. Only blood-red muscles could be seen. Its eyes were extremely large, occupying half of its face. It had a scarlet face and fangs. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Venerate Misty Cloud frowned slightly, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. His white palm suddenly clenched, and the monster that was slightly smaller than a human turned into a rain of blood. However, before this rain of blood could disperse, it was burned into nothingness by a flame. Everyone could clearly see the appearance of this monster. However, this was only the beginning. More and more blood-colored monsters jumped onto the ferry from the sea of undead. Although they seemed to be afraid of something on the ferry, it did not stop them from pouncing on the ferry in an overwhelming manner. It's just SOO. Yi Shiwen pinched a blood-red monster to death, then took a big stride forward and flew above the ship's sail. He stood on a rail, and no one knew when a fiery red longbow had appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring to the fullest and suddenly shot it out. A fiery red, flaming arrow flew out and formed a fiery light. It directly nailed a blood-colored monster that flew over to the hull of the ship. The blood-colored monster screamed and struggled for a while. After that, it completely turned into flying ashes. Of course, this was not a martial instrument. It was a longbow formed by Yi Shiwen's own spiritual power. However, the longbow formed by his current spiritual power could have the power comparable to a Taoist instrument. It was extremely terrifying. It might be a little insufficient to deal with a venerate, but it was enough to deal with these monsters. Yi Shiwen once again pulled the bowstring, and a fiery red ray of light shot out. Then, this fiery red ray of light instantly turned into a sky full of arrows and flew out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 There was a sharp, piercing sound. The sky full of arrows directly pierced various kinds of blood-colored monsters that flew up, burned them to ashes, or nailed them to the ferry. Every time the bow was pulled, a large group of blood-colored monsters could be killed. However, this was just the beginning. More and more blood-colored monsters were gathering. In addition to him, other venerates also made their moves. At this time, these blood-colored monsters were not targeting them alone. Instead, they were targeting them as a whole. They were still clear about the severity of the situation and joined forces to attack. Each of these Empyreans only needed to be in charge of guarding an area. With their abilities, this wasn't difficult at all. With the power of these Empyreans, those blood-colored monsters were instantly killed as soon as they appeared. These blood-colored monsters were not simple. Some even had the power comparable to the Emperor Lord. They could pose a fatal threat to an ordinary army. However, they encountered the most terrifying venerates. Moreover, there were more than one of them. Just one of them could kill them and prevent them from advancing. Let alone a group of venerates, these people joined forces. If they were at their peak, even the god of creation would be defeated. However, the dignified expressions on everyone's faces did not disappear at all. On the contrary, they became even more dignified. This was because they all felt that this was just an appetizer. The real highlight was yet to come. Sure enough, soon, chief-level monsters that were obviously stronger than these blood-colored monsters appeared. The chief level of these blood-colored monsters was 4 to 5 meters tall. They were far stronger than ordinary blood-colored monsters. Moreover, their strength was also very terrifying. When it came to hand combat, they could actually fight evenly with venerates. For a time, the entire ferry was in chaos. Chapter 3406. Boom! 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 The entire ferry trembled violently. It was as if the entire world would explode and the stars would turn into powder. However, the entire ferry was still moving forward steadily. Not even the slightest fluctuation could affect it. It was precisely because they knew that there would not be too much of an impact that these extremely powerful celestial masters attacked recklessly. They were not afraid that the ship would sink and they would die in this sea of death. If the original blood-colored monsters were not a threat to them at all, then the leader of these blood-colored monsters was enough to cause considerable trouble for them. After they broke through, the blood-colored monster leader, who was quite tyrannical in terms of physical strength, could actually fight with the many celestial masters for a while. What was more terrifying was that there were more of them. These blood-colored monsters were endless. Now that the celestial masters were not in their peak state, they could not be compared to before. Hence, the situation was a bit of a stalemate. Fortunately, the celestial masters were rich in combat experience. Even if they tried their best not to use their chi, blood, and spiritual power, they could still kill in all directions. Yi Shiwen, who was standing on the rail, had another longbow in his hand. It was no problem for him to use both hands. He was like a mobile firepower fortress. Every time, a large number of arrows were shot out, killing those blood-colored monsters. Even the blood-colored monster leader was not his opponent. Because he was in his peak state, he did not need to be stingy with his chi, blood, and spiritual power. He could attack with all his strength. Because of this, his killing efficiency was very terrifying. Although he was not the most proficient in archery, everything was enough. In addition to him, Celestial Master Great Sun was also very active. It seemed that he wanted to make up for the previous humiliation. He desperately killed a large number of blood-colored monsters. Undying Evil Master and War Master were also on the front and back, killing these blood-colored monsters with all their might. The ferry sailed all the way to the other end of the Sea of Undead. At this time, the number of these blood-red monsters was decreasing, and it seemed that they were finally contained. However, at this time, loud battle cries came from the thick fog. Thousands of battle cries connected together, forming a battlefield filled with battle cries. At this time, everyone saw an army rushing out of the thick fog. Just like the blood-red monsters from before, they all had the same color as the blood-red monsters from before. However, this was an army, clad in iron armor and armed with iron spears. What dynasty's army is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Many heavenly venerables widened their eyes, seemingly unable to identify the origin of this army. This was a gathering of the most powerful and knowledgeable people in the world. If even they could not recognize it, then the origin of this army would be very strange. Although they were dressed in military uniforms, it wasn't difficult for Yi Shiwen to see that the clothing worn by this army was completely different from what he knew. Even the overall style was completely different. In the Fortune God dynasty, no matter how much time had passed, it was impossible to form two completely different cultural systems. But at this time, they obviously did not have much time to think. Soon, this army had already rushed over. Fortunately, these heavenly venerables reacted quickly. They also had rich battle experience. No one was born a heavenly venerables. They had fought through bloody battles. In this case, their reaction was naturally very fast. Boom! 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 Deafening roars resounded as the celestial venerables on the ship clashed with this army. Compared to the blood-colored monsters from before, this blood-colored army was much stronger. They formed a formation and attacked, just like when they were alive. Their essence, chi, and spirit were completely connected. They could pose a threat to the heavenly venerables. This made the heavenly venerables even more curious. It should be known that the army that could pose a threat to the heavenly venerables was often elite to a terrifying extent. Even if they had not seen such an army with their own eyes, they should have more or less heard about it. How could they not know? Yi Shiwen drew his bow with both hands and continuously shot out countless arrows. However, his eyes were firmly fixed on the thick fog. There was an incomparably huge silhouette there. That incomparably huge silhouette was pacing back and forth, but it didn't approach, or perhaps it didn't dare to approach. Something was driving it away. Something was making it not dare to approach. Is it this ship itself? Or is it something else on this ship? Yi Shiwen thought about all kinds of possibilities, but his hands did not slow down at all. He continued to shoot arrows from both sides, killing the army. At the same time, there were also archers in the army. Tens of thousands of archers shot a rain of arrows, covering the bodies of the heavenly venerables. There was a series of clanking sounds. Although the arrows could not break the defense of the heavenly venerables, the blood on the arrowheads could miraculously corrode the spiritual power of the heavenly venerables. If there were more of these arrowheads, it was not impossible to cause harm to the heavenly venerables. However, this wasn't a big deal for Yi Shiwen. These arrows would automatically slow down when they fell into his time domain. So, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. Instead, they would be shot by the rain of arrows and explode. Almost every second, Yi Shiwen could shoot a large number of arrows in all directions. It seemed to be infinitely powerful and extremely terrifying. Moreover, he could free up his hands to support the heavenly venerables of the Fortune God dynasty. As for the heavenly venerables of the foreign domains, they could only pray for themselves. In any case, this had nothing to do with him. In the agreement between the Fortune God dynasty and the foreign domains, there was no agreement regarding this. And at this time, when the fierce battle was in full swing, an incomparably terrifying aura locked onto the ferry. What was even more terrifying was that a figure as huge as a mountain finally walked out of the thick fog and arrived in front of them. This was a huge figure. His entire body was blood red, and he was wearing armor from an unknown dynasty. His eyes were like huge millstones, emitting a terrifying light. What was even more terrifying was that his head wasn't resting on his neck, but in his hand. A gigantic battle general with its head raised immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's the origin of this guy? Many heavenly venerables' hearts began to pound. During their peak, they were high-spirited and invincible. There was never a time when they were afraid. But now it was different from their peak. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. This general gradually appeared, bringing an extremely terrifying, oppressive feeling to everyone. All the Empyreans had solemn expressions. This was practically a peak Empyrean, but how could they not have received any news of an existence of that level? How could they not have sensed anything at all? This was simply illogical. In other words, this person wasn't anyone they were familiar with. And at this time, just as everyone thought that they would go all out and a great battle would break out, the ferry suddenly reached the shore. It turned out that during this series of battles, the ferry had unknowingly crossed the sea of the dead. Everyone flew ashore without any hesitation. Sure enough, the head-wielding general didn't chase after them. It seemed that his range of activity was limited to this part of the sea of corpses, and he didn't go beyond this range. After reaching the shore, they were immediately safe. Without the blood-colored monsters and the endless attacks of the blood-colored army, they were able to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, everyone no longer had to rely on the ferry, so there was naturally no need to gather together. They all turned into streaks of light and flew far away from the path of creation. They were all very familiar with this place. Although countless years had passed, nothing had changed here. The laws of time seemed to have lost their effect here. Yi Shiwen and Zhan Zun also sent out signals to the emperors of the Fortune God dynasty who had come to search for the law crystals. It was time for them to leave. Once these heavenly venerables left, the good fortune key would close the path of good fortune, and it would be impossible for them to leave. Fortunately, the emperors did not linger. They were well aware that they would only be here for a short period of time. It was impossible for them to stay here for a longer period of time. The heavenly venerables and emperors from the foreign domains and the Fortune God dynasty left the path of fortune through the Golden Bridge and returned to the Fortune God capital. The foreign emperors and heavenly venerables naturally did not want to stay here for even a moment. It was not only because they were from different camps, but also because they felt like there was a fishbone stuck in their throats. If the Fortune God dynasty launched a surprise attack at this time, there was a possibility that they would be completely wiped out. This was because the Fortune God dynasty had also sent many heavenly venerables this time. In terms of numbers, they did not have the advantage. Moreover, this was the Fortune God dynasty's headquarters. Coupled with the many enchantments and array formations, the Fortune God dynasty had the strength and ability to do so. Therefore, they could not wait to leave. Some of the more cautious ones even flew directly into the boundless starry sky and returned to the foreign domains. But the strange thing was that the Fortune God dynasty, which they suspected of doing something, did not take any action. They allowed these heavenly venerables and emperors to return to the foreign domains, as if they had kept their word. But everyone was very clear that in the face of real benefits, credibility was not worth mentioning. If they could capture all these foreign, heavenly venerables in one fell swoop, then the foreign domain's vitality would be greatly damaged. They might even be unable to recover from this setback. This seemed like a wonderful prospect. After the foreign heavenly venerables and emperors left, the Fortune God dynasty's heavenly venerables also prepared to leave. They had been away from the Fortune God dynasty for too long and were eager to return home. There were too many people who were looking forward to their return. Chapter 3407. Both of you, if you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will not hesitate to help. At this time, the Celestial Masters bid farewell to Yi Shiwen and the Warlord. This time, they owed the two a huge favor. They also said that as long as Yi Shiwen and the Warlord's request was not too excessive, they would agree. He had saved her life, no matter what. It couldn't be overstated. As for the favor owed to the Fortune God dynasty, it was another matter. They would repay it in other ways, and this was necessary. A force could be untrustworthy, but it was necessary for them to keep their word. Otherwise, the next time something happened, they might not be able to get any reinforcements. This was the scariest thing about it. Ha ha ha. Taoism friends, have a safe journey. If there is any need in the future, I will not be lenient. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and laughed. Have a safe journey, Taoism friends. The Warlord also cupped his hands and said. At this time, after saying goodbye to the two, they also said goodbye to the Eastern Celestial Master and the Space-Time Heavenly Master who were guarding here as representatives. They could not wait to leave. Of course, there were also a few who belonged to the direct forces of the Fortune God dynasty itself. However, they also had their own tribes and sects, so they had to return. Looking at these people leaving, Yi Shiwen sighed with emotion because he knew very well that the return of these celestial masters would set off a new round of reshuffling in the Fortune God dynasty. Would those celestial masters who returned to the major regions have a huge conflict with the rising local forces? Even in the eastern region, there were several celestial masters who returned this time. Originally, the power structure in the eastern region was led by the Eastern Celestial Palace, followed by the Heavenly Taoism, then the Silver Moon Clan, and then the newly rising human race. These four forces were almost the strongest in the entire eastern region. They basically divided the big and small interests in the eastern region. The other forces could only rely on these four forces to survive. As a newly emerged force, the human race was considered the weakest. In the upcoming shuffle, it would definitely be the most disadvantageous. If the returning heavenly venerates wanted to regain their former authority, the weakest human race would undoubtedly be the easiest link to break through. This kind of situation happened everywhere. Even the Fortune God dynasty was no exception. Among the people who returned this time, there was no lack of the original East, South, West, and West heavenly venerables, and even middle heavenly venerables. The replacement of the old and new heavenly venerables and the competition for benefits would cause the entire Fortune God dynasty situation to become complicated and confusing. In fact, Yi Shiwen didn't understand why the current space-time heavenly masters and the others would agree to let the original heavenly masters return and break the existing power structure. In particular, the original four great heavenly masters of the north, south, east, and west could directly threaten their authority. There must be something he didn't know yet. Fortunately, although these celestial venerates had returned, they were no longer at their peak after being trapped for so many years. There wasn't any spiritual energy in the path of creation, so they couldn't recover even if they wanted to. They could only weaken bit by bit. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, he had participated in the rescue of the celestial venerables. Even the eastern region celestial venerables owed him a big favor. At the very least, they wouldn't directly attack the human race before this favor was used up. All of this had bought Yishuin some time, allowing him to have the ability to adapt to the upcoming chaos. As long as he entered the third realm, it would be equivalent to standing on the same starting line as the majority of the celestial venerables. Although they would have an advantage, in the short term, Yishuin would be able to stand on equal footing with them. In fact, with his cultivation path of the 3,000 martial path, once he cultivated to the third realm, he would be able to surpass most third realm emperors. If he cultivated to the peak of the third realm, he would be able to crush all competitors. This would make him an outstanding figure among the celestial venerables. Apart from those celestial venerables who had already broken through, he was the strongest and invincible. In the upcoming turmoil, at the very least, he would be in an invincible position. There was nothing to be afraid of. In fact, he could even take the initiative to launch an attack and eradicate Divine Fire Divine Lord. After beheading Emperor Hunyuan, Divine Fire Divine Lord had become the strongest threat to Yishuin. In this regard, Yishuin had already come up with many plans to eradicate him. However, the premise of all of this was that he could enter the third realm. Otherwise, everything would be equivalent to wasting his time. Originally, he still needed a lot of time. However, this trip to the path of creation, especially the battle with Emperor Hunyuan and the other 3 celestial venerables, had greatly benefited him. The time needed to truly enter the third realm had been greatly reduced. This was another advantage that he had gained. Sigh, who knows how many storms will be stirred up next? Zhan Zun sighed. With his strategic vision, how could he not see what was about to happen? However, there were many things that he couldn't control with his current strength. Yes, Yishuin thought a lot. The current human race was still too weak. Although they had made rapid progress in recent years, it was still fine during times of peace. However, in the upcoming chaotic times, it was inevitable that they would be a little powerless. The key to this was him. The stronger he was, the stronger the human race would be. If he were to fall, the human race would also be beaten back to its original state. In fact, it might even be massacred by many angry people. Therefore, he had no way out and he couldn't retreat. After completing the path of creation, Yishuin didn't stay in the divine capital of creation for long. Instead, he directly returned to Buzhou Sacred Mountain to undergo closed-door training in order to break through to the third realm. However, at this time, a great uproar was set off in the Fate realm because of the return of these celestial venerables. Although this operation of the Fortune Divine Dynasty was carried out with great fanfare, only those who were relatively close to the Fortune Divine Dynasty, those who were core tribes in the outer domain, and those with celestial venerables were aware of this operation. For the outside world, all of this was still an extremely secretive operation. Because of this, when these celestial venerables collectively returned, it was easy to imagine the storm that was set off. No one had expected that in just one night, so many celestial venerables would suddenly appear. The situation of the entire Fate realm was greatly affected. Many forces in various large domains were affected, especially the forces that were adjacent to the tribes and sects of these returning celestial venerables. However, the forces and tribes that originally had celestial venerables were also greatly impacted. Their originally high and mighty status was also greatly threatened. This was especially true for the super sects and super powerful clans that had Empyreans overseeing them. Their forces were constantly weakening, and a large region couldn't accommodate too many super sects and super powerful clans. If there were too many competitors, the benefits they could receive would also sharply decline. For them, this was also a huge test. For the Fortune Divine Dynasty's celestial venerables, at least in name, they still had a common ruler. Under the suppression of the East, South, West, and West celestial venerables, they didn't have the time to erupt. Especially those celestial venerables who had just returned were working hard to restore their strength. They were well aware that only with tyrannical strength could they stand tall. Therefore, the current situation could be considered calm, and there were no violent conflicts. However, the tribes and sects that had celestial venerables were in high spirits, as if they were welcoming the return of their heavens. In fact, this was also the case. Having or not having a celestial venerate was a completely different concept. Without a celestial venerate, they were just ordinary tribes and forces that were in a precarious situation. But with a celestial venerate, they suddenly became super sects and super powerful tribes. They didn't need to be afraid of other people's threats. This was something they were very clear about. Many years ago, there were also super sects and super powerful tribes. While undercurrents were surging within the Fortune Divine Dynasty, they were still able to maintain their calm on the surface. On the other hand, the outer domains couldn't help but start fighting. In the Stormy Sea region, a returning celestial venerate ancestor learned that his tribe had been invaded while he was trapped in the path of fortune. The pure bloodline of his tribe had been wiped out, and only some subspecies with a certain bloodline were left. Even so, there were only 2 or 3 of them left, and they lived in fear. This ancestor flew into a rage on the spot. He uprooted the tribes that were involved in this matter one by one. In one night, he massacred 13 tribes that had emperors. But it was useless. In front of a celestial venerate, their pillar, their heavens, and their emperors couldn't withstand a single blow and were directly crushed to death. Blood flowed like a river. It was unknown how many lives had been slaughtered. After learning that his tribe had been annihilated, this celestial venerate ancestor erupted with violence. It was many times more terrifying than Pantheon Venerate's previous massacre. In the end, the celestial venerate ancestor went to look for the mastermind behind all this. It was another super powerful tribe that had a celestial venerate. He killed his way to their doorstep, creating mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even several emperors were crushed to death, not to mention those below the quasi-emperor realm. Such a terrifying massacre finally alarmed the celestial venerate who was in seclusion. For a time, 2 celestial venerates broke out in an earth-shattering battle. All the creatures in the Stormy Sea region trembled under the attacks of these 2 peerless powerhouses. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Finally, the returning celestial venerate ancestor was defeated and fled. After all, he was no longer at his peak. However, that super powerful tribe didn't fare well either. After such a massacre, their vitality was greatly damaged and their strength was greatly reduced. If it weren't for the celestial venerate ancestor, their entire tribe would have been greatly affected. However, this was just the beginning. Chapter 3408. This change set off a great uproar in the fortune world. However, this change was just the beginning for the entire fortune world. As this batch of older heavenly venerables began to voice their opinions, the entire fortune world was filled with all kinds of chaos and battles. Although this batch of older heavenly venerables was still licking their wounds and lying dormant to recover their strength, no one was naive enough to think that they would endure forever. As time passed, the return of this batch of older heavenly venerables would inevitably set off a new wave of tempestuous waves. The competition between the 2 sides would also become more and more intense until a new balance was reached. The competition for resources between the heavenly venerables would also become more and more serious, especially the older heavenly venerables. In order to recover, they would need a massive amount of resources and wealth. These resources would not appear out of thin air and would inevitably have a huge impact on the existing situation. Subsequently, several major incidents occurred. These were all conflicts between the heavenly venerables who had returned from the road of fortune and the heavenly venerables who had remained in the fortune world. As the original batch of heavenly venerables were trapped in the road of fortune, the heavenly venerables who had remained in the fortune world often occupied benefits that far exceeded their strength and forces. Compared to the previous situation, it was much more comfortable. But now, this situation was bound to change. After all, these returning heavenly venerables also needed to have their own base. However, no one would take the initiative to give up their own benefits. Hence, open and covert struggles were bound to happen. Fortunately, no heavenly venerables from the fortune god dynasty took action in these matters. Or perhaps with the fortune god dynasty suppression, no one dared to act so presumptuously, whether it was the heavenly venerables who had remained in the fortune world or the heavenly venerables who had returned from the road of fortune. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The fortune god dynasty was able to suppress everything because of its formidable strength. This time, several heavenly venerables belonging to the fortune god dynasty had returned from the road of fortune. This had more than doubled the fortune god dynasty's strength. Anyone who dared to disobey them could be suppressed with a flip of their hand. The strength of individual sects and tribes was even more vulnerable in front of the fortune god dynasty. It could be said that the fortune god dynasty's prestige had deepened after this incident. Although the strength of the fortune god dynasty's people had increased a lot overall, it was still far from being comparable to the imperial court. This was also the reason why the fortune god dynasty was pushing for this matter. To the fortune god dynasty, this matter had more advantages than disadvantages and could be completely ignored. After this incident, the various sects and races did not dare to disobey the fortune divine dynasty's orders. On the surface, the fortune divine dynasty seemed to have recovered its former glory. However, everyone knew that this was merely the surface. In truth, the internal strife within the fortune divine dynasty had never ceased. The four Empyreans of the North, South, East, and West, as well as the rising star Empyrean of space-time, had been fighting for the position of Empyrean of the Middle Empyrean and plotting for the position of Supreme Empyrean. Although it was impossible for him to reach the power and influence of the good fortune Heavenly Lord, with his position as a Middle Heavenly Lord, he could command the world and become a Supreme Heavenly Lord above all Heavenly Lords. He was vaguely like another good fortune Heavenly Lord. It was precisely because of this that the benefits of having such power and influence were unimaginable. Coupled with the fortune divine dynasty's destiny, he could soar to the sky in the future and become a true Heavenly Lord. It was not impossible for him to become the next good fortune Heavenly Lord. Therefore, the internal strife between the Heavenly Lords of the fortune divine dynasty was inevitable until a new balance was reached. Perhaps someone would stand out from the rest and become a Middle Heavenly Lord. Once a large-scale internal strife broke out in the fortune divine dynasty, it might give an opportunity to outsiders. Although the possibility was not high, it was still something everyone was looking forward to. From the looks of it, all that was missing was an opportunity. However, the current Yi Shiwen was sitting on a fishing platform. He was sitting on the favors of many heavenly lords, so he could laugh at the world's turmoil. Although these favors would eventually run out, the human race was currently diligently cultivating their internal strength and was not expanding their territory. As a heavenly lord, it was a matter of course for him to occupy 11 prefectures. Whether it was Heavenly Dao or the Silver Moon clan, they were far superior to the human race. Naturally, the human race would not become the target of public criticism. As long as they did not participate in the chaos, they could naturally become a paradise in the midst of the storm. Now, on a cloud platform in the divine court, Yi Shiwen was sitting on a cloud bed. Below him, the emperors of the human race and the emperors who had pledged allegiance to the human race were sitting cross-legged on the cloud bed. Obviously, they were not just a head shorter than Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen's original status in the human race was based on his strength and contributions to the human race, then after he entered the Heavenly Lord realm, there was a real distinction between the primary and secondary positions. The others didn't even have the qualifications to call him fellow Taoist and could only respectfully call him senior. Yi Shiwen looked around. In addition to the original 3 emperors, Fengyi clan, the human emperor, and the sword monarch, the human race had several new emperors in recent years. In addition, there were the emperors who had surrendered to the human race, as well as the emperors of the powerful clans and sects in the 11 prefectures who had surrendered to the human race. There were more than 30 emperors. This was the largest force that the human race had now. Compared to the early years, there were only 2 or 3 emperors. The strength of the human race was constantly accumulating and growing in such a process. Among these people, only the sword monarch was a new face. Although he was one of the emperors of the human race, he devoted himself to the sword principle. Unless the human race encountered a crisis of extinction, he basically walked in the outer space all year round, practicing in the chaos. His cultivation was extremely high, far higher than the human emperor and Fengyi clan. Now he had also entered the emperor's 7th realm. Later, when he heard that the human race had a heavenly lord, he came back to visit. Yi Shiwen also had a very deep understanding of the sword principle. He had given a lot of guidance, which made the sword monarch feel that he had gained a lot. In addition, he had enough experience outside the human race, so he stayed. Originally, there were only 2 or 3 people in the human race. The loss of one person would have a huge impact. However, it was different now. The forces of the human race were spread all over the 11 prefectures. In the entire eastern region, the existence of 100 people was a big deal. Not to mention, at the top, there was Yi Shiwen suppressing the 8 directions. The power of the human race was as stable as Mount Tai. Now, it was Yi Shiwen who was preaching to the emperors. He did not hide anything, and spoke out many of his insights about the emperors. Although the Tao that each emperor walked was unique, and even if there were similarities, it could not be the same. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had a wide range of knowledge. The cultivation method of the 3,000 martial paths, which he had created himself, was simply a bug. In many martial paths, he had amazing insights. In any martial path, he was far better than these emperors. He could casually give pointers to these emperors. Although the consumption was great, and every step forward required 100 times the resources of others, once he succeeded, his skills would almost be the best in the same realm. He would be invincible, and his foundation would be incomparably solid. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground. The foundation he had laid was far better than ordinary people. If ordinary people could build 100 floors, then he could build 1,000 floors or even 10,000 floors. To these Empyreans, his sermon was like an epiphany. Many puzzles that they had been unable to solve in their cultivation were instantly solved. Many people were on the verge of breaking through on the spot. These were all benefits that they had accumulated over the years. Whether or not a heavenly venerate was a completely different matter. This was especially true for the sovereign emperors of the foreign races and independent cultivators. They felt that having a backer was completely different. Without a heavenly venerate, they could only fumble about in their cultivation. Every step they took required detours, wasting a lot of time and resources. However, they could avoid taking a wrong path if they had the guidance of a heavenly master. Especially, Yi Shiwen was an erudite and knowledgeable martial arts great master. He could give them many incisive suggestions. In fact, each of his words could directly point to the essence of their cultivation. So, it was impossible to say that they had gained a lot. In fact, it could only be compared with the accumulation of many fortuitous encounters. Apart from the human race, many other emperors of foreign races and individual cultivators were also convinced by Yi Shiwen. They wouldn't have the slightest thought of rebelling because Yi Shiwen treated them with sincerity and didn't hide anything from them. Whatever the human emperor could enjoy, they could also enjoy. Since the human emperor could listen to Yi Shiwen's preaching, they could also listen to Yi Shiwen's preaching. Yi Shiwen treated them equally. They could be unconvinced by other emperors, but they could only be convinced by Yi Shiwen from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Shiwen was already at a different level from them, not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of breadth of mind. Many people seem to see the great figure who unified the Fortune God dynasty countless years ago. He was also like this. He treated all races equally, united all races under his command, and served him with their lives. Even many foreign creatures fought for him under the command of the Fortune God Lord. They changed their bloodline and got rid of the restrictions and restraints of the foreign creatures. However, after the Fortune God Lord, no one had such breadth of mind, but Yi Shiwen did. In his heart, he was the supreme celestial master of the human clan, and also the lord of the 11 provinces. These were all his subordinates. Although there was a difference between them, there was no essential difference. The human race was his base. However, it was unrealistic for him to rely on the human race alone if he wanted to advance further. Since ancient times, no one had reached the pinnacle by relying on the power of a single race. That kind of thinking was too narrow-minded. He understood this very well. The Fortune God Lord was like this, the Qin Emperor was like this, and it was the same for him. Chapter 3409. He was broad-minded enough to accommodate the many heroes of the 11 prefectures to serve him. During this period of time, he had brought a lot of benefits to the 11 prefectures, especially the human race, which was his base. They had received the majority of the benefits, and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. However, this did not mean that he had not benefited at all. Now that the 11 prefectures were considered to be in the preliminary stage of integration, every year many good things would be offered as tributes from all over the 11 prefectures. Apart from a portion that had to be handed over to the Fortune God dynasty, the rest were basically cultivation resources for the various big shots. Because the territory had expanded and there were more people, the tributes were getting better year after year. Many of them were even useful for heavenly masters like Yi Shiwen. There were also some elixirs, heavenly treasures that could increase cultivation, and so on. Yi Shiwen's doppelganger, Swordmaster, had already cultivated to the peak of the first realm in a short period of time. As long as he consolidated a little, he would be able to step into the second realm. After all, Swordmaster was not like his real self, who had tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Therefore, it was impossible for him to reach the peak of the first realm as soon as he entered the heavenly master realm. Moreover, no one knew that it was not Yi Shiwen himself who was preaching to these emperor lords, but his doppelganger, Swordmaster. Yi Shiwen's real self was in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the third realm in preparation for the upcoming turmoil of the Fortune God dynasty. At that time, with the favors he had accumulated, coupled with his cultivation of the third realm, he would truly be as stable as Mount Tai, unafraid of the wind and rain. As long as both his true body and his clone were present, they would appear separately. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, given his realm and comprehension. Even if he wasn't his true body, it would be more than enough for him to explain the Tao to these imperial lords. Moreover, he could share his memories and experiences with his true body. Whatever his true body understood, he understood as well. It was only because he wanted to walk a different path from his true body that he abandoned everything else and chose the Tao of the sword. His lecture was very ordinary. There were no heavenly flowers falling from the sky, but it was even more shocking. Every single sentence, he said, contained the essence of the great Tao. Other than some comprehension of the heavenly Tao, he also talked about the cultivation methods of the sovereign emperors. This made many of the sovereign emperors feel that they had gained a lot. They didn't need to fumble around on their own. Instead, they had someone to guide them from the front. This feeling was very good. This was also the reason why those idle emperor lords were willing to rely on the human race. In addition to enjoying the supply of resources, They also had the opportunity to listen to the Emperor Lord's teachings, which greatly reduced the possibility of taking the wrong path. Suddenly, Sword Master, who was preaching, stopped. All the Emperor Lords instantly woke up from that mysterious state and looked at Sword Master with some doubts. Is this the end of this preaching? At this moment, Sword Master waved his hand, and many of the formations above the divine court were removed. Then, everyone felt a wave of heaven's wrath condensing. They could not be more familiar with it. This was the boundless heaven's wrath that would be produced when one was about to cross the Emperor Tribulation. However, compared to when they were crossing the Emperor Tribulation, this heaven's wrath looked more powerful. It also showed that the person who was about to cross the Emperor Tribulation was different. However, the formation set up in the divine court could not only defend against the enemy surprise attack, but also isolate the aura. Cultivating here, there was no need to worry about a heaven's wrath appearing at any time. This was a method to deceive the heaven. It was indeed very amazing. However, it could even deceive the Emperor Tribulation. It showed that Yi Shiwen had made great progress in the Tao of formations over the years. It was enough to match his identity as a celestial lord. After the formation was removed, a figure suddenly flew out. Everyone present was either an emperor or a heavenly venerable. They were well-known figures among the trillions of living beings. Their eyesight could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. So they naturally saw this person very easily. This person was none other than Yi Shiwen's eldest disciple in the fortune world. She was also the current supreme leader of the divine court, Bian Xiaoye. Yi Shiwen rarely cared about these idle things. Therefore, after Bian Xiaoye entered the quasi-emperor realm, he handed over the position of the supreme leader of the divine court to her. As the eldest direct disciple of the celestial lord, Bian Xiaoye could even sit on the same level as ordinary emperor lords when she went out. As the saying goes, even if you don't care about the monk, you should at least care about the Buddha. Now, it was finally time for Bian Xiaoye to cross the Emperor Tribulation. Not long after she entered the quasi-emperor realm, Yi Shiwen personally took her to experience the heavens tribulation of the celestial lord. Therefore, she had a lot of insights. It didn't take long for her to enter the peak quasi-emperor realm, and now she finally triggered the Emperor Tribulation and was about to enter the Emperor realm. All the Emperor Lords looked solemn because they had all crossed the Emperor Tribulation before. Naturally, they were very clear about how terrifying the Emperor Tribulation was. However, compared to them, Bian Xiaoye, who was a Celestial Lord's disciple, was undoubtedly luckier. With Yi Shiwen's guidance and help, her chances of becoming an emperor were much higher. However, the heavens tribulation she had to face was much more terrifying than others, because the cultivation technique she practiced was more powerful. The heaven was fair. The more powerful the person was, the more terrifying the heavens tribulation he had to face. Once he passed the heavens tribulation, his cultivation would be more powerful. In just a moment, Bian Xiaoye flew into the stars. Undergoing the heavens tribulation in the divine court would probably cause great harm under the might of the heavens tribulation. All the emperor lords and sword master looked through the layers of space and endless starlight and saw the woman walking in the galaxy of the universe. At this time, Bian Xiaoye no longer had the temperament of a peasant girl. Every move she made was like a leader of a region. Wallalala! Countless thunder rain fell. Although it wasn't as powerful as when Yi Shiwen crossed the heavens tribulation, it was undoubtedly much more terrifying than when ordinary emperor tribulation. Therefore, many people were very nervous. Only the sword sovereign was an exception. Although he was not present, his gaze was still extremely sharp. Even the tens of thousands of lightning dragons that fell from the sky were within the range of his eyes. He also knew how much damage they could cause and how much power they could cause. Moreover, he had taught Bian Xiaoye for many years. Naturally, he was very clear about Bian Xiaoye's strength. Before crossing the heavens tribulation, Bian Xiaoye had done a lot of homework. At this time, it seemed to be very dangerous, but in fact, it was still within Bien Xiaoya's tolerance range. Moreover, the heaven's tribulation had just begun. If she couldn't even resist the heaven's tribulation at the beginning, then there was no need to say anything later. Sure enough, although the heaven's tribulation was fierce, Bien Xiaoya easily resisted it. In the heaven's tribulation, she was invincible. She didn't care about this level of heaven's tribulation at all. The heavenly tribulation was endless, and this was just the beginning. Bien Xiaoya had just defeated one wave, and another wave pounced on her. Behind them, all kinds of lightning beasts and powerful martial arts experts pounced on her. At this time, Bien Xiaoya had just encountered some trouble, but it was not enough to threaten her. At this time, she only used a pair of bare palms. Her white palms flew up and down, beating these fierce beasts and martial arts masters who rushed up to her. They constantly collapsed, unable to get close to her. Sometimes, she could even transform into the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms. She used a pair of white palms to seal the surrounding air tight, completely protecting herself. In fact, even if a lightning tribulation were to land directly on her, it would not be able to do anything to her defense. This was because the great Azura body that she had cultivated had already reached an extremely high level. She was practically invincible among those of the same cultivation level, and nothing could harm her. However, with the passage of time, the heaven's tribulation also gradually became more intense. Bien Xiaoya simply relied on a pair of white palms to defend herself. She gradually began to become a little embarrassed. At this time, the heaven's tribulation had also entered the intermediate stage. The power of the heaven's tribulation was also getting stronger and stronger. Many people had never heard of the heaven's tribulation before. Naturally, it was inferior compared to the heaven's tribulation that Yi Shiwen had crossed. However, it was still very terrifying. Sword Master immediately retracted his gaze and didn't continue to watch. He wouldn't intervene. No matter what kind of problem she would face, it was a problem that she had to solve. Yi Shiwen had come all the way in the past. Even what he faced at that time was far more dangerous than Bien Xiaoya. The most important thing was that he didn't have a celestial master to rely on. Even those human tribulations that were eyeing covetously, Yi Shiwen wasn't prepared to intervene. Since it was a tribulation, he would let it have a good time. Bien Xiaoya was already different from when Sword Master crossed the heavens tribulation. Sword Master just re-achieved Tao. With his deity present, many steps could be skipped. However, Bien Xiaoya was different. She had to experience all the process personally. Even if it was a narrow escape, she could only experience it personally. Furthermore, the things that he had obtained through his personal experiences were not things that could be obtained through other channels. If Yi Shiwen secretly helped, then the things that he could obtain would be greatly reduced. Moreover, if she couldn't even stop this level of heaven's tribulation, then Bien Xiaoya would be too disappointing to Yi Shiwen. Seeing that Yi Shiwen retracted his gaze and continued to preach, the other emperors also retracted their gazes and listened to the lecture with peace of mind. In any case, she was Yi Shiwen's own disciple. He didn't care about what they could say. Soon, everyone was immersed in Yi Shiwen's preaching again. They only felt that every word he said had traces of the great Tao. It made them feel enlightened, and they were immersed in it. After an unknown period of time, the heavens' tribulation in the sky finally dispersed. Bien Xiaoya, who had crossed the heavens' tribulation, returned to the divine court. She finally became the first empress of the human race in the fortune world. Chapter 3410. Although there were human empresses in the myriad heavens, this was the first time there was one in the human race of the fortune domain. However, in the eyes of many, this was only a matter of time. After all, there was a heavenly master behind her. As long as there were no major problems, it was almost certain that she would advance to the emperor realm in the future. It was nothing more than a problem of the heavenly tribulation. How could a heavenly master let anything happen to his disciple? although she could only rely on herself to overcome the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Shiwen's imparting experience, Bian Xiaoya's probability of success would naturally increase greatly. After Bian Xiaoya overcame the heavenly tribulation, she went straight to the dojo where Yi Shiwen preached. Yi Shiwen preached about the Emperor realm. Those below the quasi-emperor level were not qualified to listen to the preaching because it was useless even if they listened. Their realm had not reached the required level, so there was no use at all. Seeing that Bian Xiaoya had entered the dojo, the emperor smiled kindly and nodded. Although Bian Xiaoya, as the sect master of the divine court, was supposed to be on equal footing with them, that was only because of her identity and not because of her strength. But now, Bian Xiaoya was truly qualified to be on equal footing with them and call each other Taoist friends. For them, they were now wholeheartedly under Yi Shiwen's command. The stronger Yi Shiwen's subordinates were, the more emperor realm experts there were, and the more prosperous they were, the more beneficial it was for them. Moreover, in terms of the current territory of the human race, there was not much competition. The land of the 11 prefectures was large enough to accommodate these emperor realm experts. "Greetings, master." Bian Xiaoya bowed respectfully. Yi Shiwen's face revealed a somewhat gratified smile. It was not only because Bian Xiaoya had entered the emperor realm. In his mind, many years ago, there was a woman who faced the boundless heavenly Tao, an independent and ambitious woman who wanted to become the first female empress in the world. Later, the news of her death broke people's hearts. But now, it seemed that he had somewhat fulfilled his ambition of that day, even though he knew very well that things were still the same, but people were different. Bian Xiaoya was also not the beautiful woman in his memory. "Take a seat." Yi Shiwen waved his hand, and a cloud bed condensed behind the various emperor lords. Although Bian Xiaoya was his disciple, she was ranked at the bottom in terms of seniority and strength. So, she naturally sat at the bottom. However, the others would not look down on her because of this. Even if she sat at the end of the table, she was still the most eye-catching person present. It was not only because she was Yi Shiwen's disciple, but also because the time she took to attain the Tao was not inferior to Yi Shiwen back then, let alone the senior emperor lords like them. They could not be considered as existences in the same dimension. Among them, the most had cultivated for millions of years, and the shortest had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years before they finally stepped into the sovereign emperor realm. On the other hand, Bian Xiaoya had only spent about 10,000 years to reach the sovereign emperor realm from an ordinary person. To these sovereign emperors, it was merely the time it took for them to cultivate in seclusion once, and Bian Xiaoya, who was a rising star, was already on equal footing with them, especially the human sovereign and Fengyi clan. They watched Bian Xiaoya cultivate all the way, and in such a short period of time, she broke through to her current level. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. She was indeed very impressive, but after thinking about it carefully, it was not a big deal, because, in addition to her, there was an even more monstrous existence. In less than 10,000 years, Yi Shiwen had stepped into the heavenly lord realm from the sovereign emperor realm back then, and became one of the few powerhouses in this vast and boundless land of the eastern region. He also brought the human clan to its current glorious status. Compared with Yi Shiwen, even a monstrous person seemed to be nothing. Thinking about it in this way, everything seemed normal. It was just a big monstrous person leading a small monstrous person. It was really very normal. After Bian Xiaoya returned and sat down, Yi Shiwen began to preach on his own, but this time he was talking about the Tao of consolidation. Naturally, it was to help Bian Xiaoya consolidate her own realm. Sure enough, Bian Xiaoya, who felt that her realm was unstable and might fall at any time just now, only listened to a few words from Yi Shiwen, and she felt enlightened all of a sudden. Her realm immediately consolidated, and there was no longer any danger of falling. This made the sovereign emperors admire her even more. Back then, they had spent a long time consolidating their realm, and those who were faster still spent 1,000 years. Now, just a few words from Yi Shiwen were equivalent to 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. After all, heavenly lords were completely different from sovereign emperors, so they could only think this way. However, they did not know that this was related to the 3,000 martial arts that Yi Shiwen cultivated. Even if he was not in the heavenly lord realm, it was still no problem for him to guide Bian Xiaoye, who had just made a breakthrough. Yi Shiwen preached. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped again. Immediately after, a smile appeared on his face, but he immediately restrained it. All the sovereign emperors were immersed in Yi Shiwen's preaching, and no one noticed anything strange about Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen's main body had already reached the crucial point of breaking through to the third realm. It had only been slightly more than 100 years since he returned from the path of creation, and it was already time for him to break through to the third realm. It was much faster than when he had broken through to the second realm. At this moment, in the deepest part of the divine court, under an incomparably huge tree, a young man in green was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. Around him, great Tao appeared and floated up and down in the form of runes. They flew here and there happily, and endless spiritual energy formed into dragon veins that danced around him. There were many fruits hanging on that huge tree. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that every fruit was not an ordinary fruit, but a world. These worlds were still in the midst of chaos and had yet to take shape. Once they took shape, it would mean that Yi Shiwen's great Tao had been completed. This tree was none other than the Mingxin ancient tree, which Yi Shiwen had obtained in his early years. Later on, in Yi Shiwen's great undertaking, it had made countless contributions and saved him many times. Yi Shiwen's cultivation speed was so fast, and he had always been successful. In addition to the mysterious space, the Mingxin ancient tree had also played a very big role. The Mingxin ancient tree was a subspecies of the world tree, and it had the bloodline of the world tree. In his early years, with Yi Shiwen's strength, he was still unable to refine and restore it. However, since he had entered the sovereign emperor realm, he had been nourishing it day and night, consuming countless dragon veins, and had gradually transformed the Mingxin ancient tree into a world tree. It had only become a world tree, but it would still take countless years for it to form a world. It was said that the beginning of this endless world was an incomparably huge world tree, standing in the midst of chaos. Originally, many worlds were hanging on the world tree. Later on, a shocking accident occurred, and the chaos opened up. These worlds flew into the chaos, and later formed the many worlds of today. Of course, there was still a huge gap between the world tree in Yi Shiwen's hands and the legendary world tree that had nurtured many worlds. It hadn't even nurtured a world, let alone nurtured thousands of worlds. If he could really reach that step, then he would truly be invincible in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. However, it was still too early for that. Speaking of which, the Mingxin ancient tree had truly transformed into a world tree, but it still had to wait until he had entered the heavenly master realm. What made him even more surprised was that he had obtained the corpse of Emperor Primordial Chaos. Although the spirit wasn't there, and the mysteries had diminished a lot, the blood essence was still there. If he refined it with the Tao Tai decree, he could devour the origin within it, and it would be beneficial to him. But now he realized that if he used the Tao Tai decree to store the essence and source energy, he would be able to form the world fruit on the world tree. If this continued to evolve, it would become a world. However, the conditions to form a world were simply too harsh. The amount of resources needed was even more unimaginable. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it would take to nurture a world. Of course, there were naturally many benefits. Once it was nurtured, all the principles would be formed during the formation of the world. Observing the formation of these principles would also be of great benefit to Yi Shiwen's cultivation. However, it would require a long period of accumulation. Now, the world tree fruit that Yi Shiwen had watered with the Heavenly Master's blood essence had already taken shape. The reason why he didn't choose to devour it directly was that if he swallowed the world tree fruit, not only would he obtain the endless power of the origin, but he would also obtain the principles that had yet to take shape. This would be enough to make Yi Shiwen's cultivation progress in a short period of time. This method was undoubtedly much more brilliant than the crude devouring method of Emperor Primordial Chaos. However, it could only be done with the world tree in hand. In other words, only Yi Shiwen could do it in the entire world. This was also his unique advantage. However, the world tree was extremely precious. The Emperor's blood essence wasn't of much use to him. Only the Heavenly Master's blood essence could nurture a matured world tree fruit. Ordinary people could shed all their mortal bodies just by smelling this strange fragrance. They could become immortal even if they didn't practice martial arts. It was extremely miraculous. Yi Shiwen had also reached the most critical moment at this time. He hadn't lit the calamity-breaking incense. However, the power he had displayed when he had fought against the 4 great experts alone was already considered as a great tempering. His cultivation was naturally growing day by day. His comprehension of the realm had also reached a shocking level in the midst of life and death. Finally, he had achieved perfection and was about to make a breakthrough. He inhaled and exhaled endless spirit energy. Dragon veins shuttled back and forth between his mouth and nose. Countless principles were faintly discernible. Sometimes they were violent like a gale. Sometimes they were like a gentle breeze and a drizzle. However, countless principles were constantly flashing in front of his eyes. All kinds of mysteries fell into his eyes one by one. He couldn't rely on brute force to make a breakthrough when he had cultivated to this level. Comprehension was comprehension. The difference of a single line was like the difference between heaven and man. Chapter 34:11. It couldn't be forced or forced. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, it was like pushing a boat with the current. If there was, then there was. If there wasn't, then there wasn't. And now, Yi Shiwen had already reached the key point of a breakthrough. Countless laws were analyzed in front of him and used by him, increasing his accumulation bit by bit. The cultivation of a celestial master focused on accumulation. Yi Shiwen's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds was almost an anomaly. It couldn't be calculated by normal standards. Among emperors, his progress was already unimaginably fast, let alone among celestial masters. Fortunately, he had the help of the mysterious space. In addition, he was willing to use resources and wealth to make up for his lack of cultivation time, so he was able to make up for many of his shortcomings. However, this also meant that his accumulation wasn't very deep. Even if he had a harvest, it would be consumed completely in a short period of time. There was no other way around it. Fortunately, the 11 prefectures didn't simply require him to continue to invest. Instead, it had produced something. As time passed, the output would increase more and more. Until one day, even if Yi Shiwen didn't have any fortuitous encounters, he would still be able to rely on the supplies from below to cultivate. This was also the greatest benefit of the competition between celestial masters. If not for this, celestial masters wouldn't be willing to fight to the death. But the cultivation of celestial masters consumed too many resources. If others had more, then they would have less. This was the root cause of the unrest in the world. The grievances between other races were just trivial matters. Between the Fortune God dynasty and the outer domain, between the Fortune God dynasty and the super sects and super clans, this was roughly the same. In addition, Yi Shiwen constantly opened his mouth and swallowed Xian pills one by one, and then continued to refine them. When he was still an emperor, each of these Xian creation pills took a long time to refine. But now, as long as he swallowed them, he could immediately and thoroughly refine them without any difficulty. This was also because after he entered the Celestial Master Realm, the energy consumption was even more unimaginable for ordinary people. Even Xian creation, pills needed to be swallowed in large quantities. Fortunately, He had a good harvest in the divine capital of fortune. Otherwise, he would have a headache now. Because the world tree fruit that he had watered with celestial master blood essence had not fully ripened, it still needed some time. Now he could only scratch his head blindly. "Quick!" Yi Shiwen shouted. Around his body, many dragon veins began to burn. In front of his eyes, all the laws and rules suddenly manifested. The originally dark and obscure, heavenly Tao suddenly became clear. He felt that it was time for the quantitative change to cause a qualitative change in his body. Countless information poured into his brain and was absorbed by him. The 3,000 martial arts were also quietly undergoing changes because he had practiced too many martial arts. If he had only practiced one type of martial arts, then it wouldn't have been so difficult. Perhaps he would have already broken through to the third realm. However, he didn't want to take such a simple path. He wanted to lay an incomparably solid foundation so that he wouldn't have any problems in the future. Soon, the time for Yi Shiwen's calculation had finally arrived. Little by little, he had finally reached the process of qualitative change. Boom! Yi Shiwen only felt a roar in his mind, and the somewhat obscure realm was broken in an instant. The third realm! I finally entered the third realm! Ha 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 ha! Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He was really in a good mood. He had put in so much effort to enter the third realm. Now he had finally entered the third realm completely. Moreover, his realm was extremely stable, without the slightest instability. With his current strength, he could even be compared to the experts at the peak of the third realm. The depth of his martial arts was something that ordinary experts of the third realm couldn't even imagine. After entering the third realm, he could really be said to be truly free of worries. This was because the situation in the world was like this. Because of the heavenly gate tribulation, the celestial masters in the world had been swept down to the next realm. Many of them were only at the peak of the third realm, and some were not even at the third realm, only at the second realm. These people could be considered to have achieved the Tao relatively late. Because of this, there was the so-called space-time celestial master who had surpassed the heavenly gate tribulation. It was precisely because of this that the space-time celestial master had the possibility of being comparable to other powerful celestial masters. Otherwise, how could the four great celestial masters of the North, South, East, and West celestial masters be so easy to catch up and be comparable to them so easily? And now Yi Shiwen, who had entered the third realm, could also be said to be qualified to be comparable to the four great celestial masters of the North, South, East, and West celestial masters. At the very least, it was enough to be comparable to space-time celestial master. In this world where strength was respected, Yi Shiwen was naturally a first-class figure among the celestial masters. Except for those celestial masters who had secretly broken through the heavenly gate long ago, he should be invincible. And the celestial masters who could break through the heavenly gate tribulation while it was still in existence could be counted on one hand. Otherwise, the celestial masters would not have been trapped by the heavenly gate tribulation. At this point, Yi Shiwen could be said to be standing on the same starting line as the majority of the celestial masters. He did not lose to them. As for the fact that many celestial masters would be able to break through the heavenly gate tribulation in a short period of time because of the existence of the good fortune key, he was already prepared for it. When this world tree fruit ripened, he would swallow it, and stepping into the peak of the third realm would only be a matter of time. With the help of the calamity-breaking incense, stepping into the fourth realm would also be just around the corner. It would not take a long time, and he would not be left behind. Yi Shiwen got up and looked at the towering world tree. There was a world tree fruit blooming with blazing divine light. It was watered by Yi Shiwen with the celestial master's blood essence. Although Emperor Primordial Chaos and the others had high realms, they had been trapped for many years after all. Their vitality was too weak, and they had only watered this world tree fruit together. However, all he lacked now was this world tree fruit. Once it matured, he would be able to reach the peak of the third realm within a short period of time and complete his transformation. When that time came, it would be time for him to kill Hierarch Skyfire. Now he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage against a heavenly master at the peak of the third realm. However, it was not enough to kill a veteran celestial master like Hierarch Skyfire. He would only be able to defeat him if he also stepped into the peak of the third realm. This was different from him and Space-Time Heavenly Master. Back then, Space-Time Heavenly Master guessed that he had killed Emperor God Rui, but it was not enough to fall out with him. However, Hierarch Skyfire had schemed repeatedly to harm him. This kind of person had to be killed as soon as possible. He could not allow him to break through the heavenly gate. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble when the time came. As for the Fortune God Dynasty's blame, Huang Xiaolong didn't care at all. After he killed Hierarch Skyfire, what could the Fortune God Dynasty do to him? Moreover, he had just made a great contribution to the Fortune God Dynasty. He wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This was what he was really confident about. At that moment, Sword Master, who was preaching, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an indescribable smile. He had finally stepped into the third realm. There were too many benefits. Now that his main body had stepped into the third realm, it was time for him to step into the second realm. With the accumulation of his main body, he only needed to push the boat along with the current to step into the second realm. It could be said to be extremely simple. This time's preaching will end here. Sword Master said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Excellency, Master, for dispelling our doubts." All the emperors said one after another, "Xiaoya, stay for a while." Yi Shiwen said, "Bien." Xiaoya hurriedly stepped forward, and the others also tactfully left. "Master." Bien Xiaoya's face revealed a little girlish expression. Perhaps only in front of Yi Shiwen, the divine court sect master, who was getting more and more powerful, would reveal such an expression. "All right, you're already so old. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Yi Shiwen's face revealed a smile. He didn't really mean to blame her. Now in the Fortune realm he was really alone. Others were afraid of his power and identity. Who would dare to say anything witty to him? Perhaps only Bien Xiaoya, who he had watched grow up, would dare to do so. Bien Xiaoya stuck out her little tongue and said with some embarrassment, "Master, why did you ask me to stay?" "First, I wanted to ask about your emperor title. Now that you have finally stepped into the emperor realm, you should also have an emperor title. Spread it to spread your prestige." Yi Shiwen said. He didn't have an emperor title for a long time, so others only called him Emperor Yi. Later, he used Wu as his title, and the saying of martial emperor gradually spread. "Actually, I've thought about it a long time ago. I'll call myself Moon Empress from now on." Bien Xiaoya said with a smile. I asked, "There shouldn't be a repeat. It's just that there was a Moon Empress at the beginning of the establishment of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, but she has already fallen. There shouldn't be any problem for me to use it now." Yi Shiwen nodded. As for whether it was inauspicious to use a dead person as a name, it wasn't within the scope of his consideration. After all, he was an emperor. He couldn't be affected by all kinds of bad luck. So he couldn't do anything to an emperor, even if he was inauspicious. "Well, since you already have a plan, then it's fine. Take this mysterious creation pill and consolidate your cultivation. It should be enough for you to quickly reach the peak of the first realm." Yi Shiwen flipped his palm, and a mysterious creation pill appeared on it. Because of his own experience, Yi Shiwen knew that the method of long-term cultivation to break through to the next realm was the right way, but he also disdained it. There was a shortcut to take, so there was no need to cling to this method and not let it go. "Thank you, Master." Bien Xiaoya took the mysterious creation pill and said quickly, "Well, during this period of time, you should focus on closed-door cultivation. Leave the matters in the divine court to others. Refine the mysterious creation pill as soon as possible," Yi Shiwen instructed. Yes. Chapter 30, 412. Yi Shiwen had stepped into the third realm, but it had been so quiet that no one knew about it. Even the entire human race didn't know that he had taken this crucial step, but he knew that since then he could rest assured about many things. He didn't need to be as worried as before. But before he could take a breather and wait for the world tree fruit to ripen, he suddenly received an order from the Fortune Divine Capital, asking them to come in person. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. This imperial edict had come quickly and urgently. Generally speaking, the Heavenly Venerables were stationed in all 8 directions. They would rarely issue a clear imperial edict to allow the Heavenly Venerables to enter the Fortune Divine Capital unless there was an urgent matter. Could there be some changes in the world? The Fortune Divine dynasty suppressed all directions. Who dared to defy them? But Yi Shiwen still didn't hesitate and went straight to the Fortune Divine Capital. Sword Master was in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the second realm. He had nothing to do now. With his cultivation, cultivating to the peak of the third realm was not something that could be achieved in a short time. He could only rely on the world tree fruit. During the period when the world tree fruit ripened, he basically had nothing to do. Soon, he arrived at the Fortune Divine Capital. At this time, there were already many powerful existences gathered in the Fortune Divine Capital. They did not dare to disobey the Fortune Divine Capital's edict. It would have been fine if it was during normal times. But now that the Fortune Divine dynasty looked unprecedentedly powerful on the surface, no one was willing to go against it. Yi Shiwen immediately went to the War Divine Capital. He wanted to figure out what the Fortune Divine dynasty was planning to do by summoning the Celestial Masters on such a large scale. Sure enough, the War Divine also guessed that Yi Shiwen would come to find him. He had been waiting for a long time. Taoist Wu Zun. The War Divine's eyes widened the moment he saw Yi Shiwen, as if he had seen something extraordinary, because he found that his perception of Yi Shiwen seemed to be a little blurred, and there was only one possibility that could make him feel like this, and that was Yi Shiwen had advanced a step further. Yi Shiwen naturally understood what he meant and nodded with a smile. The War Sovereign was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. It seemed that ever since he knew him, he had always been this unexpected. His cultivation had always been like a rocket, advancing by leaps and bounds. Fellow Zhan Zun's cultivation has also made great progress. It seems that breaking through to the second realm is only a matter of time. Yi Shiwen also saw that Zhan Zun had not done nothing in the past hundreds of years. Relying on the deep foundation accumulated over the years, he had successfully pushed his cultivation to the peak of the first realm. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the second realm. He was almost no less than Sword Master. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The Zhan Zun waved his hand and said he thought that he had successfully cultivated to the peak of the first realm, which should have narrowed the gap between him and Yi Shiwen. However, it seemed that not only did he not close the gap, but he was even further apart. How could this not make him feel a little discouraged? His own progress seemed to be not worth mentioning in front of Yi Shiwen. Fellow Zhan Zun, as the saying goes, one doesn't come to the temple for no reason. I will get straight to the point. Why did the Fortune God dynasty summon us this time? Yi Shiwen asked. Let me explain to you. Suddenly, just as the Zhan Zun was about to speak, a hearty voice came in. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing a golden imperial robe, stride in. He had a handsome face and a small beard on his forehead, looking extremely dignified. Eastern Tianzuan. The Zhan Zun quickly got up and said, Eastern Tianzuan? Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised. He had naturally heard of the Eastern Tianzuan. In fact, he could also be regarded as in the Eastern Tianzuan's camp. However, since he entered the Fortune God dynasty, he had never really seen the Eastern Tianzuan. This was because the Eastern Tianzuan and the other great Tianzuan had always been in seclusion to refine the creation key. Except for the southern Tianzuin and the space-time Tianzuin, Yi Shiwen had only heard of the other great Tianzuin. Yi Shiwen just glanced at him. Although he did not use his magic eyes, he still felt that the eastern Tianzuin was unfathomable. He was not like the Zhanzun, who could be easily seen through. In his heart, he could not help but have the most basic estimation. The strength of the eastern Tianzuin was really unfathomable and tyrannical. No wonder he could oversee the eastern region for so many years. He could suppress all the super sects and super clans in the eastern region. He could also resist the invasion of foreign domains. His strength was unimaginable. Wu Zun, I have heard about you from the Zhan Zun many times. However, I did not have the opportunity to meet you. Now that I have such a rare opportunity, you really live up to your reputation. The eastern Tianzuin sat on the cloud bed and said in a heroic manner, Eastern Tianzuin is overpraising me. The Eastern Tianzuin is extraordinary. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The Eastern Tianzuin nodded with a smile and said, Didn't you just ask why I summoned all of you? Now I can answer you. Eastern Tianzuin, please speak. Yi Shiwen said. The Eastern Tianzuin's face revealed a somewhat dignified smile and said, You know a little about the history of the Fortune divine dynasty. It is roughly divided into the savage period before the establishment of the Fortune divine dynasty and the period after the establishment of the Fortune divine dynasty. Am I right? Yes. Although Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled in his heart, he still had a rough understanding of the history of the Fortune divine dynasty. However, what was it like before the savage period? This is something that practically doesn't exist in the published records. The Eastern Celestial Venerate said, Before the savage period, wasn't it the chaotic era at the beginning of the creation of the world? Yi Shiwen could not help but ask in a puzzled manner. Yes, it was the chaotic era. In that era, all kinds of powerful existences ran amok. The existences that could walk freely in the chaos were almost innumerable. At that time, the world tree still existed, and the world had not yet evolved into what it is today, said the Eastern Tianzuin. However, this is just the beginning of our era, prehistoric civilization. These words instantly emerged in Yi Shiwen's mind. Yes, it is the prehistoric civilization. It should be said that it is the civilization of the previous era. According to our information, the universe has begun and then been destroyed. This is not something that has happened once or twice, said the Eastern Tianzuin. The so-called living as long as heaven and earth, shining as bright as the sun and moon, and immortality is probably like this. However, even heaven and earth have a time when their lifespan ends and they enter the reincarnation cycle, let alone humans. The previous era. In Yi Shiwen's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the chaos. It was like the first lightning in the world, bringing light and life. Many of his previous conjectures, as well as many of the things that didn't make sense, were now explained. Reincarnation existed in the world, and each reincarnation cycle was like a day and a night for the world, even though the days and nights were extremely long. He had previously discovered many laws on the path of creation that were completely different from the current law system, and he also had a reasonable explanation for them. No wonder there were so many laws that were obviously the same, but the operating mode and the way they existed were completely different. It turned out that the laws belonged to a different era. It was the system before the world entered the reincarnation cycle after the great destruction of the world. Naturally, it was completely different from the present. This time, the Fortune God dynasty has summoned us. Is it related to the events of the previous era? Asked Yi Shiwen. Yes, many people don't know about the reincarnation of the world and the previous era. However, in fact, the civilization of the previous era still exists. It is just that the endless universe of the heavens beyond is blocked by the laws of our world. However, there is not a moment that they don't want to return to the Fortune God dynasty and regain the dominance of this world. Such a struggle has been going on since billions of years ago. The Eastern Venerate said, "This kind of struggle has never stopped. It's just that we are the main characters of this era, and the heavenly Tao favors us. That's why they haven't succeeded. Even so, we have spent a lot of energy to resist and suppress them. If that wasn't the case, based on our fortune god dynasty strength, why would we need to fight to a draw with the foreign domains and tolerate them in every possible way? The real reason is that most of our experiences are involved in the chaos of the 33 heavens." The East Celestial Venerate continued, "Actually, you don't know this, but many creatures from the outer realm actually belong to the last epoch, or even the epoch before that, because the mystical powers they cultivate are incompatible with the current nomological laws. They are unable to obtain the support of the nomological laws or the favor of the heavenly Tao. Even the Emperor Lords can only live for tens of millions of years. The Tao severing that they speak of is actually cutting away the traces of the past epoch, allowing one's body and mind to fully integrate into the current epoch. Only then can they obtain the support of the nomological laws and the favor of the heavenly Tao. Thus, they can live as long as the heavens and the earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. At the beginning of this era, many foreign world creatures with the bloodline of the ancient era ran rampant. The creatures born in this era trembled in front of the creatures from the past era. It was not until the fortune heavenly monarch, a peerless genius, appeared out of nowhere, swept through the world, and established the fortune divine dynasty that we, the creatures born in this era, had cleared a place for us to live. Yi Shiwen's expression was calm, but his heart was in an uproar. So this is the truth of all history? The so-called dispute between the fortune god dynasty and the foreign creatures turned out to be the root cause. It even involved the existence of the creatures of the previous era. Chapter 34:13. This was the truth buried deep in history. Moreover, there were many bloodlines of creatures from previous eras among the foreign worlds. In fact, rather than saying that the battle between the fortune divine dynasty and the foreign worlds was an internal struggle of the fortune world, it was more accurate to say that it was a battle between the current era's creatures and the previous era's creatures, or even the era before that. However, another thought popped up in Yi Shiwen's mind. He said, "However, if there is reincarnation in the world and life and death, I'm afraid all living creatures would have been completely destroyed by the great apocalypse. How could there be creatures of an era surviving?" Well, that's the normal situation. Yes, that's the normal situation. According to our intelligence, when the world is destroyed, ordinary life forms will not be able to survive. Everything will return to primal chaos. Even Emperor Lords will suffer heavy casualties, and Empyreans will only be able to escape with their lives. There are even some who might perish. However, this isn't necessarily the case. No one is willing to accept death willingly. Everyone will think of a way to prepare a pure land before the world is destroyed and hide in it. Of course, this place won't be too big, said the Eastern Empyrean. I see. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. If they knew about the great apocalypse, perhaps no one would be willing to be captured without a fight. If it were him, he would also have to react. This was especially true for these high and mighty heavenly venerates. In fact, this was not easy. Surviving in the great apocalypse was not the most difficult thing. With his heavenly venerate strength and physical strength, the collapse of a world might pose a threat to him, but it would not be a fatal threat. As long as he dealt with it carefully, he could survive. However, the real problem lay in the future. The fundamental reason why the creatures of any era could be invincible was because they could adapt to the laws of that era. If the heavenly Tao of this era collapsed and the world entered chaos or even reopened, the laws of the world would also become different. Those laws looked similar, but in fact, they were completely different cores. It was just that the forms they appeared to be similar. Therefore, there were actually many law crystals on the path of creation. However, most of them were useless. Only a small number of them contained the laws of the era. These remnants of the previous era are constantly thinking of invading us and taking back their control of the world. Over the years, most of us have been fighting outside. Eastern Empyrean said, "Could it be that there's a problem with the defensive lines suppressing them?" Yi Shiwen immediately asked. His mind flashed like lightning, and he immediately thought of the possible problems that could arise. Yes, in recent years, their attacks have become more and more intense. Therefore, after we made the decision, we chose to refine the creation key and rescue those heavenly venerables trapped on the path of creation. There was no expression on his face, and it was impossible to tell whether he supported or opposed this matter. After all, this matter would more or less deprive them of their authority. But because of this, the strength of the outer domain has also greatly increased. Could it be? Yi Shiwen mentioned another possibility. If it was originally a war between the outer domain and the Fortune God dynasty, then it had now become a war between eras. Eastern Empyrean naturally understood Yi Shiwen's words. He shook his head and said, "You can rest assured about this. Although the outer domain is considered to be the bloodline left behind by the previous era, they're not united with them. Although there may be pawns left behind by them, there is no need to worry about the overall situation. Moreover, we are not to be trifled with. If they want to cause trouble, they have to see if they have the ability to do so." In this regard, Eastern Empyrean was full of confidence. It was as if he did not care about this problem at all. "That's good." Yi Shiwen nodded. Now he was also one with the Fortune God dynasty. If the Fortune God dynasty was overthrown and the creatures of the previous era took over, it would also be a disaster for him. Does the Fortune God dynasty want us to go to the front line to suppress them this time? Yi Shiwen asked. That is the intention, but it is not necessary to say that it is a group. However, I have called everyone in my camp. As for the others, it is their business to call a few. Eastern Empyrean said, "But I think they will not be lenient. There will be a war soon, and the result of the war will directly determine the ownership of the Middle Heavenly Master." Middle Heavenly Master. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. A Middle Heavenly Venerable was equivalent to the Lord of the Fortune God dynasty. Once a Middle Heavenly Venerable was confirmed to be a Middle Heavenly Venerable, he would be in existence above the other Heavenly Venerables. This is also the method that we discussed together. Otherwise, do you really want us to go all out and fight? Eastern Empyrean said with a slight smile. So I hope that you can help me. If I succeed in becoming a Middle Heavenly Master, I will fully recommend you to take over the position of Eastern Empyrean. In other words, the Eastern Territory is a vast place for you to run. Yi Shiwen's spirits were lifted when he heard this. Among the many Heavenly Venerables, only the Southern, Western, and Southern Heavenly Venerables were comparable to the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. Among the many Heavenly Venerables of the Fortune God dynasty, the Eastern Heavenly Venerables were also high and mighty existences. Once Yi Shiwen successfully ascended to the top, he would be considered as the number one person in the Eastern region. However, he rarely thought about it because, whether it was qualifications or strength, he was too far behind. It could even be said that he could not convince the masses. Each of the East, West, and North Heavenly Masters had experienced many battles and made great contributions. At the same time, they were also outstanding in strength. Yi Shiwen's conditions, in all aspects, were much worse. There were naturally many benefits to being a Middle Heavenly Master, but at the same time, the difficulty was unquestionable. Only with the full support of Eastern Empyrean could he possibly have such an opportunity. If you want to become a Heavenly Master of the East, West, and North Heavenly Master, it is not enough for me to just give up my position. In addition to possessing formidable strength, the most important thing is to make great contributions to the Fortune God dynasty. Otherwise, how can the masses be convinced? I have stood against the majority's opinion and allowed you to go to the path of good fortune because I intend to groom you. However, that alone is not enough. Although you have made a lot of contributions before, that was when you were an emperor. It is completely different from being a Heavenly Master. You must understand. Eastern Empyrean finally got to the point. He intended to groom Yi Shiwen as a successor, although Yi Shiwen wasn't the best candidate, and he wasn't the most senior in his camp, but he also had his own considerations. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. So that was the case. No wonder such a cushy job like the Path of Good Fortune had found him. It turned out that Eastern Empyrean had already intended to groom him. However, he also had doubts in his heart. He had only joined Eastern Empyrean's camp not long ago. Why did Eastern Empyrean think so highly of him? Although War Elder strength had not yet entered the second realm and certainly could not convince the masses, Yi Shiwen did not believe that Eastern Empyrean did not have other supporters. If one wanted to become a middle heavenly master, outstanding strength alone was not enough. One also had to have enough supporters. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded. However, if I want to take over the Eastern Empyrean position, I'm afraid it will not be easy. Yes, there are still many people waiting to take over the position. In terms of qualifications, you are indeed not qualified. In terms of strength, you are just barely qualified. Therefore, this trip to the front line of the epic battlefield is crucial for both you and me. As long as you succeed, the position of Middle Heavenly Master will be within your grasp. If you want to take over the Eastern Empyrean position, the difficulty will be much lower, said Eastern Empyrean. Many thoughts flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind. He also understood Eastern Empyrean's thoughts. If he could successfully become a Middle Heavenly Master, and Yi Shiwen could become an Eastern Empyrean, then he could occupy 2 seats among the East, South, West, and Central Heavenly Masters. In the future, his right to speak in the Fortune God dynasty would also greatly increase, and he would be able to suppress everyone. In the end, it was a matter of mutual benefit. However, there's one more thing I have to tell you. You'll have to face many opponents. Just in my camp alone, there's another candidate. Originally, he was the only one, but your recent performance has been particularly outstanding. So I've included you as well. I don't care how you compete. I only care about the final result. Eastern Empyrean mentioned to Yi Shiwen that he still had another candidate. Yi Shiwen was not surprised. There were many heavenly masters in the world. However, how many of them could occupy the East, South, West, and West heavenly masters? Under such circumstances, the challenges that he had to face could be imagined. It was not easy to obtain. However, he was not discouraged. The more it was like this, the more it proved that the position of Eastern Empyrean had great benefits. Moreover, after becoming an Eastern Empyrean, he could use the Fortune God dynasty's destiny to act. He would not easily encounter setbacks. His cultivation would also be smooth, and there would be great benefits. Of course, if he really succeeded, he would also have to bear a lot of responsibility. However, it was not worth mentioning. Well, I have already told you about these things. I still have things to deal with. I will see you at the Heavenly Masters Convention. Eastern Empyrean finished speaking, and his entire body instantly disappeared in front of the two. Congratulations, Taoist Wu Zun. War Venerable said with a smile on his face. I haven't succeeded yet. It is still too early to congratulate me. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said, Come and congratulate me after I succeed. Yi Shiwen wasn't too happy because he knew that with the support of the Eastern Heavenly Venerable, he only had the qualification and entrance ticket to participate in this competition. However, it was impossible for him to obtain a big advantage. The other contenders would likely not be simple either. Just as the Eastern Heavenly Venerate had said, their performance in the next epic battlefield would be the most important.